So in this video, we're going to take a look into the disappearance of mother of two, Nicola Bulley. This lady went missing on January the 27th this year whilst walking her dog, and her disappearance currently still remains a mystery. Firstly, we're going to start off with a short newspaper article to bring everyone up to speed on the current developments concerning this case, and then we're going to hear from a forensic expert who seems to have a rather different opinion of what may have happened to this lady compared to that of the police and the current investigation. This is then going to be followed by some of my own thoughts and theories on where we stand with this case thus far.
A week ago, Nicola Bulley dropped her children off at school in the Lancashire village of St Michael's on Wyre and headed on foot along Blackpool Lane with her dog called Willow. Along this fairly busy road, she would have walked past the parish church before making her way over this footbridge which leads to the path by the River Wyre. Nicola began walking east along this path at around 8:43 a.m. Lancashire police say at 8:47 a.m. the mother of two bumped into another dog walker, seen here on CCTV in a red coat, on the lower field. Officers say the pair knew each other and their dogs interacted briefly before the woman, who they've now spoken to, left the field a short time later via the river path. 6 minutes later, at 8:53, Nicola used her phone to send her boss an email. And at 9:01 a.m, she joined a work Teams conference call. 9 minutes later, at 9:10, a second witness who also knows Nicola saw her, but this time on the upper field, and still with her dog Willow. The dog was off the lead and it wasn't in its harness, which officers say wasn't unusual and was all part of her daily routine. That was the last confirmed sighting of the 45-year-old. Police say they are particularly interested in what happened between then and 9:20 a.m. because they believe her phone was on this bench at 9:20. At 9:30, the work conference call ended, but Nicola's phone remained dialed in. Nicola's dog Willow was found by a witness at 9:33, running between this gate to the field and the bench where the phone was located. At the same time, Willow's harness was also discovered on the grass between the bench and the river's edge.
Search teams have examined the river all the way to the sea, which is 9.3 miles away, after Lancashire Constabulary said they believe Miss Bulley fell in. The river, which winds through the countryside on the edge of St Michael's on Wyre, has been described as notoriously dangerous at this time of year by a representative of St Michael's Angling Association. The combination of the depth and how cold it is at this time of year makes it very dangerous, the representative told The Times. A sign on a tree near the bench where Miss Bulley's phone was found reads, "Danger, deep water." Big rocks can be seen jutting out of the river, which appears calm at the sharp drop below the bench where Miss Bulley's phone was found. Superintendent Riley told reporters on Friday, "At the point where the bench is located, there is quite a steep drop to the river. Albeit not high, it is steep. Therefore, while I don't want to speculate as to what may have happened, it is our working hypothesis that she has entered the water accidentally." She continued, "The dog was off the lead. This was normal for the dog to run about, and Nicola was on a Teams call, which again it would be normal for her not to participate in actively and just have the phone to listen in. Anything could have happened with the dog whereby Nicola may have gone, and I don't wish to speculate, we don't know, but it is possible the dog was loose and off the lead, and there may have been an issue with the dog that led her to go near to the water's edge. She puts the phone down momentarily and Nicola may have fallen in. That is a possibility," Superintendent Riley added. She confirmed Miss Bulley can swim, but said searchers have been both wading in the River Wyre and diving beneath the surface due to the different water depths, though no conclusive evidence has been recovered as of yet.
I've worked on hundreds of these cases. We deal with them for the police across the whole of the South East. We're the official dive team for the police across the South East. The amount of searching that's gone on in this river, I would have thought she would have been found by now. Look, normally when a person drowns, if they are left a number of days, we've dealt with, say, many of these incidents, and they don't move very far. This is not a fast tidal river, so I would have expected her to be found by the police divers by now. Apparently sonar's been used, but that's only as good as the equipment or the operator using them. We could have scanned this river with our equipment within a day and seen if there was a body there. It's as clear as that. And none of this rings right to me. My belief is she's not in the river at all.
Peter, an awful lot of people are coming up with their own thoughts as to what has actually happened here. You're a forensic expert. Taking all the clues that you are aware of, what are the conclusions that you would draw from what has possibly happened here?
I personally think this phone either could be a decoy. I mean, we dealt with a drowning a couple of years ago where a gentleman went into a river in Ripley. His dog was screaming by the riverbank when we got there, when we arrived, and it was howling and literally pointing exactly where he was. He stayed with his owner. And the phone on the bench, I mean, normally someone would have a phone in their hand, and if they, walking around, if she was making a call. Look, Nicola knew this area, and even the clothing, no one spoke how deep the water is actually at the bottom of the bank where it went in. I've heard rumours it's 18 inches deep at the edge. I mean, and the clothing she was wearing was not woolly clothing that absorbs water quickly. She seems a very fit person. Why were there no screams? Why were there no marks? And what I am surprised about is that the area hasn't been sealed off as a crime scene or for forensics. People have been walking past the bench. There's no police tape up. This would normally be sealed off as a crime scene. So potentially CSI, crime scene investigators, can go in and see if there's any microfibers, evidence, slip marks down the bank. And I don't believe that has actually happened here.
What about, sorry, I was just going to say, because loads of people emailed in yesterday about Fitbits. We know she was wearing a blue banded Fitbit, and people are saying, well, can't that be used? Now, admittedly, older Fitbits don't have GPS tracking and things, they just log steps. But there is at least a possibility, isn't there, that could reveal some information?
Probably, Stephen, it's not my field, so I won't comment on that. But there's a lot of information stored on digital things. But at the end of the day, Nicola was last seen in the top field by the witness. There's nothing to say she couldn't have been kidnapped and dragged and put in a car and taken away, and someone could have put a mobile phone by the river as a decoy, or Nicola wanted to disappear herself. It just doesn't ring right. The amount of searches that's gone on in this river, the body, if there was a body in there, is no way going to go all the way down to the sea, not with us. That current. I mean, we fish people out all the time of rivers, and they just don't move that far unless the river's in flood. And this river is clearly not in flood. It's not moving fast enough, and it will drift very slightly if a body did. And normally, at this time of year, a body will normally resurface between 6 and 8 days as the body decomposes, it bloats, and the body comes to the surface. It's normally found by dog walkers if they're not found. And that's what I'm surprised about. And it's just they're doing a great job of searching, and that's the police divers. But I'm just wondering why. I mean, we've offered our equipment up there and our expertise, if required, to the family. And if they want it, we could search this river in a day and say Nicola's there or she's not. It's as simple as that.
So you think that the police have been clearly quite hasty in coming out with this conclusion?
Yeah, definitely. I've never heard of this. It's a very odd one. I mean, normally the police say we're keeping an open mind, Angela, on this type of case. I think it's a bit foolish coming out that she's gone in the river. Let's look at all the angles here. They'll be looking at cell site analysis with mobile phones. That can take a few days to do. But my big worry is the way it wasn't initially sealed off as a sort of a crime scene, so they could potentially gather more information on this.
Peter, have they actually asked you to come and help them? And, I mean, you clearly would be prepared to do so if they did.
We would do it absolutely free of charge. I mean, we've got millions of pounds worth of equipment. I work with the police every day. We're called in from Kent, Essex, Surrey, Sussex, Thames Valley and Hampshire. We've got the highest hit rate for finding bodies in the country. We would happily go up tomorrow morning and help them search if they come. I'm not going to turn up. I don't do that. That's unprofessional. If we are contacted by the police, we would do it free of charge for them and help this family find Nicola. At least our equipment, which is the best in the world, could actually scan that river and I could say categorically she is not in that river very, very quickly.
Well, look, I mean, let's hope someone takes you up on that. What about if the family asks you to do it privately?
We would, as long as the police gave us permission to attend, because I wouldn't want to. I work with the police every day. They're working extremely hard. It's very, very easily criticising the police. I'm not criticising the police. Some media reports of that. I'm certainly not. But we're offering our equipment to assist with this operation to speed up the search. And I say I've got I hold the police in the highest regard. But it needs wrapping up, this one, Stephen.
Could they be? Again, I mean, it's all this speculation, which is very difficult. But the fact that they've come out with a working hypothesis, which, I mean, as you say, and as we know, is very, very strange, the way they've done this. Are they keeping their powder dry, perhaps, on other things they're looking into?
They will be looking into many other things. They'll be looking at other people within the family. They'll be looking at people who live locally, whether there's any sex attackers who live locally and things like this. I mean, we don't know. Nicola can be kidnapped and being held somewhere against her will. She might hopefully she'll still be alive. She may have just wandered off. But it's unusual because they've actually come out and said, we believe she's in the river, and then Nicola gets found somewhere else. The media would have a field day with them. So I think it's a bit just with a mobile phone by a river, that's not good enough evidence for me. This needs a lot. We need to clear that river, and then that can be ruled out completely, and then the focus can go elsewhere. If she's in the river, I'd be very surprised if she's not. Clearly, if the equipment used, if she's found in that river, has not been effective.
Okay, so I'm just going to cut in here and now share some of my own thoughts on the information that we know thus far. Now, looking online, almost immediately, we had quite a few people coming out and saying, this doesn't sound right, something seems amiss here, something's not adding up. And I guess I would share that sentiment to some degree. We had the police who came out very early on and said, look, we don't believe that there's a third party involved here. We don't believe this is a crime scene. We believe that this lady has simply fallen into the river, sadly. But over a week later, there's still no body. There's no indication either that this lady has fallen into the river. What I mean by that is there's no marks by the river's edge on the riverbank. There's no sort of disturbed undergrowth or any sort of indication physically that this lady has fallen into that river. Now, one point of interest that sticks out to me is the mobile phone of Nicola Bulley. Now, we know that that was found on the bench. A lot of people are assuming that this was placed there by Nicola Bulley. Maybe she got into difficulty, or the dog got into difficulty in the river and she somehow slipped in. But let's try and look at this from a different perspective for one moment. What about if this mobile phone was dropped nearby? Maybe it was dropped in the mud, dropped nearby during some kind of struggle potentially. A passerby has then found that mobile phone, and if you do encounter a good Samaritan, shall we say, what's the first thing that they're going to do? They're going to pick that phone up and most likely put it on a bench, put it somewhere which is visible to someone who may come back later looking for their lost phone. One indicator which would tell me if that is a possibility is the condition of that mobile phone, but we don't know the condition of that handset. Was it clean? Was it dirty? Did it have mud on it? Did it look like it had been dropped? Sadly, at this point in time, we don't have that information. Another point worthy of mention is the fact that at this point in time, police haven't released any CCTV whatsoever of Nicola Bulley, neither dropping her children off at school, neither her on her walk or going toward her walk or toward that footpath. Nothing whatsoever, which is a little bit strange. I do find that quite odd. All we seem to have at this point in time are eyewitness accounts. Nothing in terms of CCTV, which they usually release to say, this is what this individual looked like when they disappeared, this is what they were wearing, and being able to demonstrate that, as I say, via CCTV. But that hasn't been released by the police. Which then leads me on to another intriguing question. Why are the police so sure that she fell into the river? Now, my first thought was, well, this area must be covered by CCTV. All of the exit routes must have some level of CCTV surveillance potentially, and they can see her going on the walk, but then not returning, not exiting. But if that is the case, and this area is so well surveilled by CCTV, then why has no CCTV footage of Nicola Bulley been released by the police? Now, my initial thoughts during the first few days of this case and this investigation was that this lady most likely did fall into the river, and that's mainly why I haven't created any content thus far on this case, because I just expected to wake up one morning for the sad news, or to the sad news I should say, that this lady's body had been found. But the longer that this goes on for, I'm starting to believe that there could be something else at play here. It's interesting what that forensic expert stated. He said normally when a person drowns and are left a couple of days, they don't move far, and this is not a fast tidal river. That was Peter Faulding who stated that back in that interview that I showed you earlier. Yet we're well over a week into this now. We're not talking about a hugely deep river, a fast flowing river. They've checked 9 miles. 9 miles of this river. Where could this lady be? Does it have something to do with CCTV somewhere? The fact that they have CCTV coverage, as I said earlier, of the exits on her walk, and they've checked that CCTV, they've seen her go on the walk but then disappear, basically. Is that why they are so convinced that she has fallen into the river? One thing that does concern me, and I will say this, is that the way that the police investigation was handled very early on, it's almost like they've got to the scene of the crime, or the scene of the incident, I should say. We don't know if any crime has taken place at this point. But they've got to the scene of this incident, and they've immediately assumed, I would say, that this lady has fallen into the river, based upon maybe the items found on the bench, or as I said earlier, the CCTV of her going on the walk, but then not returning, not exiting, or being seen on CCTV exiting that walk or ending that walk. But this scene, this incident scene, has been left completely uncovered. It hasn't been cordoned off. It's been accessible to the public, to reporters, to anyone who wants to go and see that bench or search for this individual, search for Nicola Bulley. It hasn't been protected or preserved in any way, shape or form, and that is quite worrying. I mean, logically, there must be a reason here why the police are really sticking to this hypothesis that she fell into the river. There must be something that's telling them that. And the only thing that I can suggest is, as I say, CCTV coverage. I mean, how else could they be so sure and so certain that this individual was not harmed, was not kidnapped, was not taken away somewhere? A lot, as I said earlier, will depend on the evidence which was found at the bench. The harness and the phone. We don't know the condition of those items. Did they have mud on them? Did they look like they'd been dropped, particularly the phone? We know that that phone was still connected to her work call. Did the dog somehow get into trouble? Did she take the harness off? Because that's what she would normally do when the dog went for a swim. For some reason, the dog got into some sort of difficulty, or maybe Nicola got too close to the edge and fell in. But it's a little bit strange that those items are on the bench. Now, that would suggest that she hasn't been caught off guard completely. She's had the presence of mind, if she is there, to put those items on the bench before heading into the water for whatever reason. It's not like she's fallen in with her phone in her hand. But I still think there's a clue here, depending on, as I say, the condition of those items. We can't say, can we, for certain that someone hasn't found those items somewhere else and placed them on the bench, hoping that the owner of those items will later discover them. We don't know if that's a possibility. A leading forensic search expert who has joined the search for Nicola Bulley has said it could take up to 3 days to conduct a thorough search of the River Wyre, into which police believe she fell on January the 27th. Nicola Bulley, 45, from Inskip in Lancashire, vanished, apparently without trace, on the morning of January the 27th while taking her dog Willow for a morning walk close to the River Wyre in St Michael's on Wyre. Lancashire police have been searching the Wyre, but have so far not discovered any evidence that Bulley fell into the water, although that is their working hypothesis. Peter Fording, a forensic search and rescue expert who founded the company Specialist Group International, offered to assist the police free of charge and has drafted in a team of 6 divers to help with the search effort. Fording will be in charge of scanning the river with the high-tech sonar equipment. If any area of interest is identified, the team of divers will be able to focus on that area. He said, quote, "I think we probably have the best and highest frequency kit available to do this work. It's very easy to be an armchair detective in cases like this." I guess that's me then. "I've had all sorts of people like psychics contact me about it. I'm going in with an open mind. What we need to do is get on with the job." He said that while this kind of work could be emotionally grueling, he had been heartened by the support from the community, including Bulley's family that he had received. "There is a big community effort going on here. The British are great at pulling together in these kind of situations," he said. Emma White, a friend of Nicola Bulley, said she hoped Fording's work would provide answers to the police theory that she fell into the river. White told Radio 4's Today programme, "The hypothesis is based on limited information. I've said before it's a theory, and we sadly can't base life on a theory." White said Bulley's 2 young daughters were coping remarkably well, but added, "They ask every day where mummy is." Okay, so quite a few developments over the past 24 hours concerning the missing mother of 2, Nicola Bulley. Yesterday we had a lot of TV interviews with this gentleman, Peter Fording, and he was making some rather remarkable and very confident claims that the police should get in touch with him, he should take his high-tech sonar equipment up to this river, he would have it searched within a day, job done, off we go.
The amount of searching that's gone on in this river, I would have thought she would have been found by now. Look, normally when a person drowns, if they are left a number of days, we've dealt with, say, many of these incidents, and they don't move very far. This is not a fast tidal river, so I would have expected her to be found by the police divers by now. We could have scanned this river with our equipment within a day and seen if there was a body there. It's as clear as that. And you know, none of this rings right to me. My belief is she's not in the river at all.
The police did contact Peter Fording. They were in contact with him yesterday, and he travelled up to Lancashire. I believe it was this morning via helicopter. I don't know if that's right, but I believe that's right. But his team left late last night to travel up to Lancashire from the southeast, and the search for Nicola Bulley using this equipment started at around 8 a.m. this morning. But it would appear that since Peter Fording has been called to the front line, shall we say, he seems to have had a little bit of a change of heart here. He's appeared on TV and basically said that he now does believe that Nicola Bulley is in the river.
And do you believe that she is in this water?
I do believe she's in it from the evidence we've got at the moment. I mean, that is what everything is pointing to the river at the moment. And there doesn't seem to be a third party involved.
So 24 hours ago, he was conducting these news interviews, and I'm paraphrasing when I say this, but he was basically saying, I don't believe that Nicola Bulley's in the river. I don't believe that she's there. There's too many days that have passed. She would have floated to the surface by now. Something is odd about this. The phone's a decoy. The phone was put there on purpose. Could she have been abducted? I mean, all of these theories are very credible as far as I'm concerned. But he was very resolute during that time period as to what he believed may have happened. Yet, this seems to have completely flipped over the last 24 hours. He's now saying that he believes that she is in the river, based on what the police have told him. But what could the police have possibly told him, evidentially speaking, to convince him that she is actually in the river? I mean, does this tie in somewhere to the Fitbit that she was wearing on her wrist? Have they been able to get some data from that to suggest that she is in fact in the river? Is that a possibility? Or is it the case that the police have basically said to this individual, look, Peter, we could really do with your expertise, we could really do with your equipment up here, but we need you to be on the same page as us. It just seems a little bit strange that there's been this complete 180 here from his initial views of this case to actually getting to the river and now saying, okay, yes, actually, I do believe she is in the river. Very, very strange. There has even been some wild speculation online that this is all just one big monumental ruse. That actually they have eyes on a perpetrator. They believe they have a perpetrator in mind, but they don't want to spook him. So they're continuing on with this river ruse that she's fallen into the river because they don't want to spook the actual perpetrator. But to me, that just sounds a little bit far-fetched. I mean, the amount of money, the resources, the police time, the manpower, the fact that they're putting these divers' lives in jeopardy, or in danger, I should say, searching for this lady, to me that does sound incredibly far-fetched. But what really is going on here? What is going on? This guy is basically saying, look, I've got the best equipment in the world. I mean, is it just the case that the equipment isn't as good as you said it was? Or, you know, you've been able to look at this location, you've been able to see where it was before you even got there, and you very confidently stated that it would just take 1 day to search, but now it's 3 or 4. And then you didn't believe that she was in the river, but now you do. I mean, what exactly is going on here? Is this because the police didn't really seal this area off particularly well? Now, touching upon that, interestingly, I saw on Twitter earlier that Lancashire police did respond to a Twitter user with the following message. So this Twitter user, Chuckle Mothers, tweeted Lancashire police on February the 2nd at 11:01 a.m. with the following message. It is incredible that the area near the bench and disappearance has never been cordoned off. Some heads should roll. People trampling all over the place, basic crime scene protocols. And then Lancashire police have responded. Hi there. To clarify, we did evidence gathering work around the bench when Nicola was first reported missing. The tape that has been put up today is simply to keep people away from the water's edge while searches are continued. This is for the safety of divers. Okay, so it would appear that during the earliest stages of this investigation, I have to highlight that word, the earliest stages of this investigation, there was some evidence gathering, whatever that means. There was some evidence gathering around the bench, and then there was some tape put up to deter people from walking around there because of the safety, but of their safety, I should say, and to keep the divers safe. But if this does turn out to be anything other than this poor lady falling into the river, then there's just going to be a monumental backlash from this. The fact that this was never cordoned off. It wasn't cordoned off in the first place. I mean, even if you believe that she's fallen into the river despite having no physical proof as such, even if you genuinely believe that, why not just follow normal protocol and put up some kind of police cordon, at least, at the very least? What concerns me with this case is that if this turns out to be that Nicola Bulley is not in the river, and at this point in time, I still believe the most likely outcome in this situation, in this case, is that she is in fact in the river. But if it turns out that she isn't, I do wonder if the location in which she disappeared, whether that plays some part in how this crime or case has been investigated. Did they simply believe that, God, this couldn't happen around here? This sort of thing doesn't happen here. We don't have this sort of stuff happening in this location. And they've just been a little bit lazy with the initial stages of the investigation. And now they are clinging onto the hope or potential that she has in fact fallen into that river. Now, one final paragraph from the article that I read out to you earlier also states the following. Lancashire police said, after reviewing CCTV, it is confident Bulley did not leave the field during key times via the Rowan Water Holiday Park, either through the site itself or via the piece of land at the side. In addition, the force said Bulley did not return from the fields along Allotment Lane or via the path at the rear of the Grapes pub onto Garstang Road. Police officers will be contacting drivers who they believe were travelling down Garstang Road on the 27th of January by letter, Lancashire Police said in a statement. So the fact that they're going to be contacting drivers here, possibly for dashcam footage, are they opening up to possibilities? I mean, I'm not saying that they've closed down the possibility that she's been abducted, but they do at this point in time seem very focused on the fact that she has fallen into the river. Now, taking a look on the official Lancashire Police UK website at the timeline here, It does mention something quite interesting. Let's just run through the timeline one last time. 8:26 a.m. Nicola leaves her home address with her children. 8:40 a.m. Nicola drops the children off at school and has a brief conversation with another parent. 8:43 a.m. Nicola walked along the path by the River Wyre towards the gate/bench into the lower field, having dropped her children off at school. 8:47 a.m. Approximately. A dog walker, somebody who knows Nicola, saw her walking around the lower field with her dog. Their two dogs interacted briefly before the witness left the field via the river path. 8:53 a.m. She sent an email to her boss. 8:59 a.m. She sent a message to a friend. 9:01 a.m. She logged in to a Teams call. 9:10 a.m. approximately. A witness, somebody who knows Nicola, saw her on the upper field walking her dog Willow. Work is ongoing today to establish exactly what time this was. 9:20 a.m. Her phone was back in the area of the bench. 9:30 a.m. The Teams call ended, but Nicola stayed logged in. 9:33 a.m. approximately. Nicola's mobile phone and Willow were found at a bench by the river by another dog walker. So immediately what sticks out to me there is the fact we have 9:10 a.m. approximately. A witness, somebody who knows Nicola, saw her on the upper field walking her dog Willow. Work is ongoing today to establish exactly what time this was. So is there a little bit of leeway here with this 9:10 a.m. time frame? And also interestingly there, it mentions at 9:20 her phone was back in the area of the bench. And I've discussed this in my previous video. It's quite important what condition that handset was in. Was it covered in mud? Was it damaged in some way? Did it look like it had been dropped and then placed near the bench? Was it found around the bench, or was this mobile phone found on the bench? It mentions there her phone was found back in the area of the bench. Does that suggest it's not exactly sitting on the bench? Could it have been found on the ground near that bench? I don't know. Quite interesting. I think it's also potentially quite telling here, where on their official website they state the following: our inquiries now focus on the river path which leads from the fields back to Garstang Road. I think this is one of the only routes they haven't ruled out as a possible exit point for Nicola Bulley. Anyway, do leave your own thoughts and theories in the comment section below, particularly regarding Peter Faulding and his seemingly, complete change of direction here from we can, search this river within one day, I'm pretty sure that Nicola is not in the river, to actually we believe she is in the river and this operation is going to take 3 or 4 days. As we enter day 12 in the search for missing mother of 2 Nicola Bulley, many questions still remain unanswered. In this video, we're going to take a look at a recent newspaper article discussing some of those unanswered questions, and then I'm going to be sharing with you my own thoughts and opinions on the most recent press conference held by Lancashire Police. The Nicola Bulley investigation. 6 unanswered questions. The search for missing mum Nicola Bulley has now entered its 12th day, with still no real clues as to what has happened to the mother of 2. Despite extensive searches of the river and surrounding area, no trace of the 45-year-old, who was last seen walking her dog after the school run, has been discovered. Her phone was left on a bench near the River Wyre in Lancashire, and her dog Willow was found nearby. Police officers said they are working on the theory that the 45-year-old, who has been described by friends as a strong swimmer, fell into the river. But that line of investigation has been questioned by friends and family. Lancashire Police has consistently said there are no signs of any third-party involvement in her disappearance. The mortgage advisor was last seen while walking Willow on Friday, January the 27th in the Lancashire village of St Michael's on Wyre. Nicola, known as Nikki, left her daughters aged 6 and 9 at school before heading to the towpath overlooking the River Wyre. A specialist water search team has been working on the river for the last 2 days, with expert Peter Faulding saying a number of things don't add up. Here are some of the unanswered questions. Number 1. The lack of CCTV. There were images of Nicola shared from her own doorbell camera that showed her packing up the car ready for the school run, but there is a lack of CCTV from the towpath area. The CCTV camera at a residential park on the upper field of the path had one camera not working. If it had been working, it would likely have been able to pick up what happened around the bench. Superintendent Sally Riley says, several exits of the Riverside area have CCTV covering them or exits are locked, and therefore couldn't have been passed through by Nicola. There's only a small area onto Garstang Lane toward the A586 which is not covered by CCTV, and that's why we're appealing today for dashcam footage or for people who may have been walking on Garstang Lane or driving in the area to come forward if they can. Question number 2. The 10 minutes not accounted for. Lancashire Police has said there are 10 minutes they cannot account for between the last sighting of Nicola at 9:10am and 9:20 when Nicola's phone was found on a bench still connected to the work call she was on. Question 3. Why no one saw anything? Police have revealed that more than 700 drivers are being approached in the hope they can offer clues in the search. Police are speaking to hundreds who travelled through the town of St Michael's on Wyre around the time that Nicola went missing. A team of 40 detectives are currently investigating approximately 500 different lines of inquiry. At a press conference, Lancashire Police Superintendent Sally Riley said, "We have now identified around 700 vehicles that drove through the village on that morning on the 27th of January at around 9:10 to 9:15am. We are in the process of speaking to all of those drivers to try to find out if they have any dashcam footage, what they saw on that day, or anything else that may be of value to the police inquiry." Point number 4. The question over the river. According to forensic search expert Peter Faulding, the part of the river where Nicola was last seen is not fast moving. He has described it as, quote, black murky water that can be difficult to see in. He told the Blackpool Gazette, "It's not a fast tidal river. It's around 2 or 3 metres deep, but there are a lot of shallows." Mr. Faulding said he would have to check for any drains in the riverbed while rechecking all areas already probed by police, adding, quote, "You can search one day and the body can move down from another location, so everything has got to be rechecked." Superintendent Sally Riley, who is leading the investigation, described the river as a complex area to search. She told a press conference on Tuesday, "It is not a still water, it is a fast-flowing, moving water which is tidal in parts. This makes it particularly complex. We have already discounted particular areas of the river, but as they are tidal, we have researched them to make sure that nothing has been washed back into those search areas. We have 6 people searching the riverbanks every day. These are specially trained search officers who are systematically, methodically searching the riverbank and open ground." Question number 5. Why the area around the bench has not been cordoned off. Police reconfirmed on Tuesday that their belief remains that, quote, "Nicola sadly fell into the river, and this is a missing person inquiry." Superintendent Riley said, "We believe Nicola remained in the Riverside area." She added that the search was being extended out to the sea due to the nature of the river. Question number 6. Why the phone was left on a bench. When Nicola's phone was found on a bench near to where she was last seen, it was still dialed into a work call and was alongside her dog Willow's harness. Some people have suggested that she left it there to deal with something with the aim of coming back to it once it was over. Mr. Faulding did say that the phone may have been left behind as a decoy by a third party involved in the disappearance. This comes after he noted that had she fallen in the water, her dog Willow, who was found at the scene, would have caused a disturbance. Okay, so yesterday I watched the most recent press conference which was held by Lancashire Police and conducted by Superintendent Sally Riley with the latest developments on the missing mother of 2, Nicola Bulley. And what are my takeaways from that particular press conference? Well, it really does appear here that they are doubling down, tripling down on the case that Nicola Bulley fell into the river. They did mention that they are currently looking at 500 lines of inquiry, and they're currently looking for 700 motorists who would have passed a certain entry and exit point on her walk, and they've sent letters out to those drivers to try and obtain statements or dashcam footage from their vehicles. My biggest concern at this point in time is when we have these press conferences, we have Sally Riley appearing in these press conferences and using phrases such as, "We sadly believe that Nicola fell into the water," but then on the other hand, in another sentence, also saying, "We've identified 700 drivers who drove past an area which is not covered by CCTV." And the key word there is, we have identified. Identified. They haven't gone through all of these 700 drivers. They haven't checked all of the dashcam footage from these individuals. They haven't spoken with all of these individuals. They have identified 700 vehicles of interest in which they wish to then, investigate further. So this is a line of inquiry which has not been sealed off at this point in time. So how can you really say for certain that this lady fell into the water? I don't understand that. I do not understand what information they could possibly have to suggest she fell into that water. Bearing in mind, we're coming up to now nearly 2 weeks since Nicola Bulley went missing. The feeling I also got from the press conference yesterday was that speculation outside of the investigation, as in online or anywhere else, is not required. Don't speculate online. Speculation isn't helpful. Don't think outside the box here. We believe she's in the river. We've got information to suggest that she's in the river that we're not going to share with you, and that's the end of it. Stop your speculating. Don't think of alternatives. We believe she's in the river. That's pretty much what I took from that press conference yesterday. My issue with that, however, is the fact that, as I said earlier, we're now nearing almost 2 weeks since this lady went missing. We're also looking at an investigation which in my mind seems to have been working backwards in some weird way. They've had a report of a missing woman. They've attended this scene. I'm not going to say scene of the crime because we don't know that at this point in time. But they've approached the scene where they believe that this lady went missing. Have they just seen these items on the bench, the phone, the harness nearby, and they've concluded, okay, she's fallen into the river? I mean, is that literally what has happened here? And they're doubling down, tripling down on this idea because it's how the investigation took off in the first place, which has ultimately decided its continual path, shall we say? Because usually you would attend the scene of the crime or this scene of a potential crime and you would take all necessary precautions. Why was this area not cordoned off in order to preserve potential evidence? It's also apparent at this point in time that the police have still not released any, and I mean any, CCTV footage of Nicola Bulley. I mean, do they even have any at this point in time? I mean, I know they released some still photographs, which I don't even think the police released. These were released by the friends of Nicola Bulley from the doorbell camera. Those still photographs that you've seen online, they are from the doorbell camera. They're not CCTV from the police. The police have not released anything officially regarding CCTV. I mean, surely they must have some CCTV of Nicola Bulley, either approaching her walk or leaving the school. But we've had nothing, which is really strange in a case like this in this country. Usually you get a multitude of different CCTV angles plastered in newspapers and on TV reports. But we've had absolutely nothing from the police in terms of CCTV surveillance. I also found it quite interesting last night when Peter Fording again appeared on TV and talked about the search for Nicola Bulley, and also the fact that he stated that he hadn't been given all of the information from the police concerning what they know about Nicola's disappearance, which I do find quite strange. And even Peter Fording himself said, usually when we work with the police, we have all of the information. Obviously, we can do a better job if we are in receipt of all the information that the police actually have. But they, by all accounts, haven't shared all of the information with this individual. I'm just going to read for you a very short newspaper article which has been released in the last couple of hours concerning what I've just spoken about there, and it states the following. Police say diving expert in Nicola Bulley search does not know all details of their investigation as he hits back at critics accusing him of ulterior motive and vigilantes are told to stop breaking into properties looking for missing mother. The diving expert called in to help find Nicola Bulley does not know all of the details of the case, police have insisted, after he repeatedly spoke of a theory regarding a third-party involvement in her disappearance. Peter Fording, founder of specialist group International (SGI), told several news outlets that he does not believe the missing mother of two is in the River Wyre, despite it remaining the working theory of Lancashire police. Nicola vanished while walking her dog Willow along the riverbed on January the 27th, moments after dropping her two children off at school. She was last seen at 9:10 a.m. by a fellow dog walker, before her phone and her pup's harness were found on a bench nearby at 9:20 a.m. and the alarm was raised. It is during this 10-minute window that police maintain she fell into the water, while others, including some friends and Mr. Fording, have their doubts, which they have not hesitated to share. It comes as amateur detectives and vigilantes have been told to stop meddling in the case or face arrest, with some breaking into properties in a desperate bid to crack one of the biggest mysteries in recent memory. In a sign of tensions between police and Mr. Fording, Police Superintendent Sally Riley last night stressed that he was not party to all the details of their wider investigation. She said, quote, "Our search has not found Nicola in the river, and then a research in part by SGI has found the same. That does not mean that Nicola has not been in the river. In the light of other inquiries being discounted from the investigation so far, clearly our main belief is that Nicola did fall into the river. Clearly Mr. Fording isn't included within all the investigation detail any more than the members of the public are that I'm briefing through these sorts of press conferences." Mr. Fording later demanded that he be granted such access, adding, quote, "If there's any more facts that we don't know about, normally we work alongside of the police, and if you haven't got the facts then you can't conduct a proper search. It is very difficult without that information. Normally I'm privy to that information. It would be useful to know." It comes as police have extended the search for Nicola towards the sea, after still finding no concrete evidence she fell into the river, while a friend of the family, Heather Gibbons, was among the growing number to question their theory. It's natural for everyone to have speculation, because the truth is, in this, nothing is making sense. Nicola Bulley, dive expert who feared she'd been abducted, dramatically pulls out of search and admits he can't find her. The dive expert scouring the river in the search for Nicola Bulley says his team will end their efforts later today. Peter Fording said they have done all they can to try and find the missing mum of two who vanished on January the 27th. He told reporters this afternoon, quote, "Wherever she is, I hope closure comes soon. All the family are clearly distraught." Discussing search progress, the dive leader said there is simply no sign of Nicola near to where she vanished. He explained, "We've cleared completely the area where the bench is and about a mile up from the bench where the phone was initially found. We've done very thorough searches all the way down to the Wyre." The veteran diver on the scene since Monday also praised police divers who have scoured the stretch 3 times extremely thoroughly. But he concluded, quote, "That area is completely negative. There is no sign of Nicola in that particular area." He admitted he was glad his team haven't found her. Okay, so let's cut in here and I'll share some of my own thoughts on these recent developments. Now, I've got no idea what to make of this. No idea whatsoever. This guy has turned up there with his sonar equipment, this expensive equipment. He said he was going to be there for 3 or 4 days, so fair enough, he has been there for 3 days. They've done 3 days worth of searching, and now he's heading back to the southeast. What confuses me greatly is the fact that not only do we have this search, which seems to be coming to an end as far as Peter Fording is concerned, but he has also appeared in the newspaper, and I think this was just this morning or late last night, where he said that it was, quote, "impossible for Nicola Bulley to have reached the sea." Yet, just in the last few hours, I've seen another newspaper article which claims that he now believes that she is, or could be, in the sea. So what the hell is going on here? Initially, this guy came forward and said, we can have this river searched within a day. I don't believe that Nicola is in the river. This individual has then turned up at this scene. He said it's going to take 3 or 4 days. Okay, fair enough. Maybe the river is a little bit different than you expected. Not a problem. Crack on with the work. But then he said, actually, I do believe she's in there. And now he's saying again, he doesn't believe she's in there and that she may have actually reached the sea, despite saying last night that that was absolutely impossible. Let's just take a look at these 2 articles here. Search expert Peter Fording says it's impossible Nicola Bulley's body made it to sea. This was an article from the 7th of February, so yesterday at 7:20 p.m. The search expert hunting for missing mum Nicola Bulley has suggested it is unlikely that she will be found in the river and says it is impossible for her body to have reached the sea. Peter Fording of specialist search firm SGI, who has been called in by Nicola's friends and family, exclusively told GB News, quote, I think we will probably be here for the next couple of days just to iron everything out. I want to be sure to put my name to the search that we've checked everything. I mean, for a case which appears to be going absolutely nowhere at this point in time, and I mean no new leads, no new information, no idea where Nicola Bulley actually is at this point in time, all of this extra additional information and all of these people who are now involved or were involved in the investigation, it's just created a massive amount of chaos. These bold claims of we can search the river in a day. We have the most, amazing equipment in the world. Bring us in, we will search this river within a day. No problem at all. They bring this individual into the fold, into the investigation, and now he is leaving after 3 days. Now, either you're going to believe one of 2 things here, that this individual was just using this opportunity to further his own company, the company name, get into the spotlight, or you may well believe, that this individual has searched the river. The search is complete. Why would he need to stay if he is satisfied that Nicola Bulley is not in that river? One of the questions that I have is that what is going to happen if we are here next week and we still have no body? We still have no information on the whereabouts of Nicola Bulley. Are the police going to simply say, well, she must be at sea, we can't find her, the search is off, and not follow up on any other leads or not make them a top priority in this case? Or are they at some point in time going to do a role reversal and it's going to go from we believe that she was in the river but now we are looking very seriously at other avenues? Which is it going to be? I hate to say it, but I believe it's going to be the first option. I think if we're still here at the same time next week, it's going to be a case of scaling back this search operation and basically saying she's at sea, she's gone, and we can't locate her. I pray that that is not the case, but that is the feeling that I get, and obviously it's just my own personal opinion here. I believe many members of the public who are looking at this case from the outside looking in and taking a look at the evidence that we have at the present time concerning the missing mother of 2, Nicola Bulley, they're taking a look at this case, and many people are saying, have the police just made a blunder here? Is that why they are still adamant that Nicola Bulley fell into the water, despite there being actually no apparent evidence that that took place? I do worry what happens if we get to another week, another 2 weeks, or another month down the line and her body has still not been found. Do they continue to double down, triple down, quadruple down on this idea that Nicola fell into the water, or will they be open to more serious outside suggestions, outside angles, other possible scenarios as to what happened to Nicola Bulley? Let's just conclude this video with a final newspaper article which has literally just been released in the last hour from the Telegraph, which states the following here. Specialist team helping police look for Nicola Bulley calls off search. Underwater expert Peter Fording has said he fears she may never be found. The specialist team called in to help police look for Nicola Bulley has called off its search, saying that, quote, if she was in the river, her body would have surfaced by now. The announcement came just hours after Miss Bulley's frustrated partner made an emotional visit to the scene of her disappearance. Paul Ansell spent about 2 hours near the scene in St Michael's on Wyre in Lancashire, where Miss Bulley, 45, vanished on January the 27th while walking her dog. After he left, Peter Fording, an underwater search expert, revealed that his specialist group international team would be stepping down. He said he feared Miss Bulley may never be found. I'd have thought that she would have surfaced by now and would have been found by dog walkers. That's my honest opinion, he said. Most bodies are found by members of the public, and that's what I'm surprised about, that Nicola hasn't been found so far. The police are continuing their investigation, he added. Specialist police divers and search teams will continue to search the river without SGI's assistance and are now focusing their efforts on the lower estuary leading out into Morecambe Bay. After speaking to the search team on the banks of the River Wyre, Mr. Ansell was told she's not here. He was then offered a seat in the back of the incident support van. An emotional Mr. Ansell could be seen talking in the back of the van and at one point holding his head in his hands. He stayed at the scene for around 2 hours, hugging family members and speaking to Mr. Fording before being driven away. Speaking after Mr. Ansell had left, Mr. Fording told the Telegraph he is a frustrated man because obviously he has no partner. It's a very difficult situation to be with such an upset man. It's tough dealing with Paul. You hear what he is going through with his kids coming home to no mum at night. Despite spending the past 2 days combing the riverbed with the state-of-the-art £55,000 sonar kit that allows them to see every stick and stone, the specialist search team found no sign of Miss Bulley. She may never be found. We don't know. No one knows. It is unusual because usually you have some evidence. Here we have nothing. We have nothing to go on apart from a phone and a harness, said Mr. Fording. The search team were brought in after Miss Bulley's family disputed the police hypothesis that the most likely explanation for her disappearance was that she has fallen into the river. Mr. Fording has claimed that Miss Bulley is not in the river and that a third party may be involved. He has also claimed that the phone found on the bench near to where she went missing could have been a decoy. Superintendent Sally Riley of Lancashire Police previously told reporters that Mr. Fording was not included in all the investigation detail and knew nothing more than any ordinary member of the public. The force has said that despite the lack of clear evidence, the mother of two was most likely to have slipped and fallen into the River Wyre while walking her dog Willow. Miss Bulley was last seen at approximately 9:10 a.m. on the morning she went missing, when a witness saw her walking her dog in a field up from the spot where she is believed to have fallen in the river. Lancashire Constabulary believe she went missing in a 10-minute window shortly after this, and is appealing to more than 700 drivers for information. It says it has 500 active lines of inquiry. Fresh lead emerges as police told of red van seen on day dog walker went missing. At least 2 witnesses have reported seeing a red van on the morning the mum vanished. Police may be searching for a tatty red van after a local resident noticed the vehicle parked in the village on the morning Nicola Bulley went missing. The 55-year-old witness, who has not been named, said they saw, quote, a tatty red van in Hall Lane outside a barn. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but when I saw Nicola had gone missing, I called 101 and spoke to an operator, he told The Times. The witness said they contacted the police again and said the van could have been a Renault, adding it was, quote, the sort of van you can live in. A second witness told The Sun that they had reported seeing a red van which, quote, looked suspicious at around 9:40 a.m. on the day Miss Bulley disappeared. The man called the police 3 days after the mum of two went missing and was asked if he had any dashcam footage of the vehicle. It comes as the search has now reached the mouth of the river near Fleetwood, with police looking at the western coast and into the Irish Sea and Morecambe Bay. Okay, there also appears to be a follow-up article here with a little bit more detail, which I'll read out to you now. It has the title, Key Clue. Nicola Bulley cops are hunting shabby red van. I saw suspicious vehicle close to where she vanished, says key witness. The search for Nicola Bulley moved to the sea yesterday, amid the possibility she was swept 20 miles downriver. Officers scoured Morecambe Bay. As it emerged, she was last spotted nearly 2 hours before police were called. Police are probing reports of a shabby and suspicious red van near where Nicola Bulley disappeared. The vehicle was spotted close to the mum's walking route on the morning she went missing. It was seen parked in a lane a few hundred yards from the school where Nicola, 45, had dropped off her young children. A man in his 50s described the van as a high-sided Renault or Transit in faded red. The witness said, quote, "It was a shabby-looking van, an older model, the kind you can live or work in. It was on a quiet lane near a barn with a couple of houses dotted around. Obviously, I don't know whether this van is related to Nicola's disappearance. All I know is that something grabbed my attention. I felt compelled to tell police about it. Even though it was down the road, as the crow flies, it's quite close to where Nicola was last seen." The newspaper understands a second witness also contacted police to report seeing the van in the area. Nicola disappeared while walking her dog beside the River Wyre in St Michael's on Wyre, Lancashire. The van witness, who lives locally and had been travelling to a cake shop, coincidentally works in search and rescue, but in the south of England. He said, quote, "I saw a red van parked along Hall Lane at around 9:40 a.m. It looked suspicious, but in that moment it didn't mean anything." The man, who asked not to be named, called the cops 3 days later after the timetable of events surrounding Nicola's disappearance was revealed. He added, quote, "After a good think, the red van really stood out. I thought it might be significant. Initially I called 101, but I wasn't overly impressed with the operator. I followed up with the police and spoke to an officer who took all the details down and said my call was being logged. I've spoken to the police a couple of times now. They called me on Wednesday to follow up. The call really allayed my fears that my sighting wouldn't be considered properly. They are obviously following up on everything." Lancashire police said they had no comment to make regarding the suspicious red van. Detectives are continuing to work on the theory that Nicola fell into the Wyre in a tragic accident. And yesterday they were investigating the possibility that she had been carried downstream by the tide towards the Irish Sea. 2 boats with specialist police teams were seen searching the water and shoreline at Morecambe Bay and Knott's End. Police have confirmed they first received a call about Nicola's disappearance at 11 a.m. The last confirmed sighting of the mortgage advisor was at 9:10. This time frame leaves a larger window for Nicola to have vanished before police search teams began to look for her. Yesterday it emerged Nicola had said the spot where she vanished was her favourite place to walk. Okay, so what is my own opinion on this recent development concerning the 2 eyewitnesses describing a suspicious looking red van? Now, the first thing that I've done after reading these eyewitness accounts is bring up the map, take a look at where Hall Lane is in relation to where Nicola Bulley was last seen and where her mobile phone and her dog harness were found near the bench. Now, you can see here that it does appear that Hall Lane is actually the other side of the River Wyre. So, I mean, is it really feasible to suggest that Nicola was taken across the river in order to access Hall Lane? Or was she walked along the main road, which seems even more unlikely? And also the timeline here, 9:40 a.m. To me, it's not matching up. This vehicle is parked too far away, I believe, to have any real direct involvement in Nicola Bulley's disappearance. What also drew my attention was this following building here and a vehicle which appears to be parked in the back or towards the back of those buildings. Now this to me looks like a farm. I don't know about anybody else, but this to me looks like a farm. And I wonder if this is where these eyewitness accounts actually took place. This would be roughly as the crow flies from where Nicola disappeared. So that does match up with the newspaper article and what is described by the eyewitness. And it does match what we're looking for here, a faded red, larger style vehicle. I've got some photographs here of what may have been described by the eyewitnesses, a older style Renault van and an older style Ford Transit, both in red. And as you can see here in this photograph, there does appear to be a vehicle which would have been, when this photograph was taken, away from the public eye. Could it just be that this vehicle was parked out towards the road on the morning of her disappearance, hence drawing the eyes of passers-by? What I do find quite interesting, however, is the fact that this vehicle has clearly caught the eye of at least one individual. It's not as though one person has just seen this suspicious looking vehicle and called the police. it's clearly caught the eye of at least one individual. And at this point in time, we don't know if there are further eyewitness accounts or further people who have called into the police mentioning the same vehicle. We don't know at this point in time whether this particular vehicle has any link whatsoever with the disappearance of Nicola Bulley. So to summarise, I find it hard to believe that this vehicle played some sort of part in the disappearance of Nicola Bulley for the following reasons. One, the location itself, where this vehicle was seen by the eyewitnesses. It does seem to be the other side of the River Wyre. It does seem to be quite some distance from where Nicola's harness and Nicola's phone and the last sighting of Nicola actually took place. Also, it appears that this vehicle was stationary. The eyewitnesses haven't described this vehicle as driving slowly past a certain road or looking as if they were lost. It appears that these eyewitnesses are viewing a vehicle that is parked up and stationary, may not even be occupied at the time. Combine that with the fact that we're looking at a 9:40 a.m. time period here and how that relates to the disappearance of Nicola Bulley. I just don't see this van playing some sort of pivotal role in her disappearance. Two suspicious men spotted by witness near missing Nicola Bulley's dog walking route as police are handed new CCTV. A witness told police he spotted two men acting suspiciously close to Nicola Bulley's dog walk route the day before she disappeared. It came as police took CCTV footage from a garage in St Michael's on Wyre covering the 24 hours before the last sighting of the mum. A witness came forward after spotting the pair outside the local church. Significantly, the same person told police he saw one of the men in the vicinity of her usual route on the morning she vanished. Police have also been handed new CCTV footage from a garage covering the 24 hours before Nicola was last seen. The mum of two, 45, went missing while walking her dog Willow more than 2 weeks ago in St Michael's on Wyre. Detectives visited St Michael's garage last Thursday, requesting CCTV footage from the day before she vanished. They had already taken images from the day of her disappearance. A garage worker who asked not to be named said, quote, "Two smartly dressed officers, a man and a woman, came in to follow up. They wanted the CCTV from the day before Nicola vanished and to take statements of any activity we had seen from that day. These officers were different to the ones in uniform. They seemed to be very assertive." The employee said of the church sighting, quote, "I know who the witness is and he has already called the police about what he saw. But he said he wanted to make sure they were chasing this up, so I asked the officers about it and they said they were following it up." The worker said the witness, who does not want to go public with his account, described seeing the men acting suspiciously close to the church and around a nearby bridge on January the 26th. He told how the witness said he saw one of them the next day near the bridge, which is at the start of the footpath which Nicola used almost daily. The worker added, quote, "He saw what he saw and wanted to make sure the police followed it up. Whether them collecting the CCTV from the same day is connected, I don't know." Lancashire police had already trawled the area for camera footage and dashcam video from January the 27th, the day Nicola vanished. But as the hunt for Nicola now enters the 17th day, officers are widening the search as part of their ongoing inquiries. The CCTV system at St Michael's garage, which is on the main road running through the village, covers one of the key exit points from the fields where Nicola went missing. The garage worker confirmed the security cameras are in working order and picked up vehicles travelling along the main road. One camera also covers the top of a country lane close to where Nicola was last seen. The church where the two men were seen is very close to the footpath Nicola regularly used, which hugs the River Wyre. The move for additional footage suggests police are becoming more open to the possibility that a mortgage advisor was snatched rather than their main working hypothesis that she fell into the River Wyre in a tragic accident. It comes after Nicola's distraught partner, Paul Ansell, 44, revealed his own fears that a local is keeping secret about what happened to her. He said he is, quote, 100% convinced that his partner of 12 years did not fall into the river. Yesterday, a police helicopter was spotted landing several times upstream near Garstang, while search teams were seen checking the river closer to the Irish Sea. On Friday, distraught Paul told 5 News in a revealing TV interview that he believes Nicola's mobile was left behind as a decoy. He claimed a local is harbouring a dark secret and called for searches to be stepped up in the village. Paul said, quote, "You cannot walk your dog down a river and just vanish into thin air. Something happened that day." Okay, so what are my own thoughts on this recent development concerning the case of missing Nicola Bulley? The first thing I want to draw your attention to is again a bit of poor reporting here in this particular newspaper where it states the following. The CCTV system at St Michael's Garage, which is on the main road running through the village, covers one of the key exit points from the fields where Nicola went missing. Now, having read that and realising it's just up the road from the bridge over the River Wyre, I assumed, okay, maybe this garage has a view down to the footpath, down to the towpath, where Nicola would start and end her walks. But let me just say this categorically. There is no camera at that garage that covers her entry and exit points. I need to make that absolutely clear to you at home. There is no camera from that garage that covers her entry and exit on that walk. Now, I covered this area extensively in a video that I released yesterday, which is titled Nicola Bulley, My Theory on Her Disappearance. The towpath, the footpath, the area where Nicola Bulley would start and end this walk is not covered by CCTV. Yet this hasn't been mentioned by the police. This hasn't been put out there in the media. It's not some big headline. It seems to be completely overlooked and overshadowed. And all these other CCTV cameras of the upper field and cameras here, cameras there, dash cam footage. Why are they not talking about the fact that they didn't see Nicola Bulley start this walk and they didn't see where she would have ended it? What do you think the police are going to do when they turn up there originally? There's a missing person. They get to the scene. There's a bench. There's a harness and a phone in the vicinity of that bench, and it's next to the river. The first thing that they're going to do is speak to her partner, Paul, and say, where was she heading? Which direction was she heading from? And where was she going after this walk? He would say, she dropped the kids off at school. She would have walked over the bridge, up the towpath, and the walk would have continued on from there. And on her way back, she would have followed the same route, as shown by her Strava account, by the previous walks that she has taken in that exact area. She would double back at the end of her walk and exit the same way that she enters. Yet it's never been made a big deal that there's no CCTV of it. There's no CCTV of Nicola starting that walk. There's no CCTV of her ending the walk or where she would have exited from. And I cannot stress enough, I mean, how many times do I have to say this? It is paramount. How can the police turn up on site there, on scene, and say, we don't believe that there's any criminal activity taking place here. We don't believe this is a criminal investigation. Well, how do you know that, though? What, just because there are a couple of items next to a river? Is that why you're making that assumption? Because you don't have anything, evidentially speaking, to suggest that this woman hasn't been abducted. You haven't sealed off the scene. You've done some evidence gathering, I believe. You've done some evidence gathering at the bench. Well, what does that mean? Picking up the lead and harness? Does that mean dusting for prints? Does that mean sealing off the area? Because it doesn't, does it? They've immediately got there and thought, okay, this woman's fallen into the river, end of story. They came out straight away and said, this woman, we believe, has fallen into the river. We're open to other possibilities, but we don't believe that this is a criminal investigation. How could they have known that at that point in time when there's no CCTV showing her entering or exiting? If they had a camera there and she goes on the walk, but then she doesn't come out again, yeah, fair enough. You would assume, okay, we can see her entering this walk, but we can't see her going out. That must mean that she hasn't come back from that location. There's items here by the bench. She's probably fallen into the river. That would make complete sense to me. But the fact that they haven't seen her start or finish the walk, how can they make such a quick assumption without any physical evidence? It's also quite interesting when national newspapers use paragraphs such as this. The garage worker confirmed the security cameras are in working order and picked up vehicles travelling along the main road. One camera also covers the top of a country lane. close to where Nicola was last seen. Who gives a toss about those other cameras? Why is there so much focus on multiple cameras in the vicinity of where she walked, when actually no one is paying attention to the fact that there is no CCTV camera at the location where she starts and exits? I mean, why is that not even mentioned? Why are all these other CCTV cameras talked about? It's almost like it's overshadowing the fact that where she starts and exits the walk is not covered by CCTV. That's the most paramount and important point in this entire investigation. It should tell the police very early on that we cannot say for certain that Nicola hasn't been abducted because we don't have CCTV covering that particular area. But not a big deal of this has been made at all. There's so much discussion about other CCTV cameras which are on the top field, or cameras at this garage which might catch the top of a lane, which overlooks a field, which overlooks another field. Who cares about those cameras? Who cares about those cameras? The only camera that matters is one that doesn't actually exist. A camera that would have seen Nicola start and finish her walk. So now moving back to this particular article and these eyewitness accounts. I mean, is it any wonder that we are now hearing of suspicious individuals lurking around an area which is not covered by CCTV? Surprise, surprise. We now have two suspicious individuals who were seen right near that bridge, or at least one of them was seen right near the bridge, right near the start, right near the exit point of Nicola Bulley's walk. Is that a massive monumental surprise? No. So why wasn't that looked at? Why wasn't this looked into? Or at least, why weren't the police open to this particular possibility? I'm not saying they were completely closed off, but the impression that they've given to the public is that, okay, yes, we're open to suggestions, we're open to your information, but we do strongly believe that she's fallen into the river. You know, very, very odd, very strange. It's no surprise to me, it's absolutely no surprise to me that I woke up this morning, I checked the news, and we have, oh look, here we go, surprise, surprise, there are suspicious individuals seen near that location where she would start and exit the walk. Exactly what I said yesterday. This area is the most important area, the most important place in the entire investigation. The place that is not covered by CCTV. My biggest fear in this entire case, as it stands at present, is that the police attended this scene, and bearing in mind, this is just my own personal opinion, this is just my own viewpoint on what's taken place here, and I may be wrong. It may well be that Nicola Bulley is found this coming week. Who knows? This is just my own viewpoint, as I say. My biggest fear is that the police have attended this location. They have seen the bench, they've seen these items, and immediately assumed that Nicola fell into the water. They've come out publicly and stated they do not believe that this is a crime scene. They do not believe that any criminal activity has taken place. They believe this is a tragic accident. This is straight after this woman has gone missing. My problem with that is that at this point in time, they know that there's no CCTV covering that entrance and exit. They also know that they haven't got all of the information from the 700 drivers that are passing by that lane on the morning of her disappearance. So why come out with such statements such as, we don't believe that any crime has taken place here, we don't believe this is a crime scene? I mean, are you saying that because when you attended, you didn't secure the area? Is that why you are saying that? Because that's the obvious question, isn't it? If they said, we are open to the possibility that Nicola has been abducted, and then a news reporter says, well, why didn't you seal the crime scene off then? You know, why is there no cordon? Why are you allowing members of the public to walk around this bench to tread on potential evidence? It's not going to go down particularly well, is it? And from there, we've had this constant, I guess, barrage of information that, you know, she's in the river. We believe she fell in. Tragically, we believe that Nicola fell into the river. Okay, she's not in the river. Oh, okay, she might be in the sea now. Really? Really? I mean, surely you get there, you realise, okay, she's approached from the school, she's come over the bridge, this is the entry, this is where she walks in, let's look at her Strava account, let's look at what she's done, you know, on a frequent basis. Bearing in mind, the police have way more data than we do, way more information, way more experience, way more information to be able to make, you know, assessments. I can make an assessment just looking at her public Strava account. It's bloody obvious. She starts the walk here, she ends the walk here, we can't see her starting, we can't see her finishing. Therefore, we need to be open-minded and say to the public, look, we've got a few hypotheses here. One is that she's left by her own accord. The second is that she's fallen into the river. Or three, she may have been abducted. But that is not what has happened in this investigation. I am actually starting to suspect that there is no CCTV of Nicola Bulley on her walk on the morning of January the 27th. Yes, we've had the doorbell footage released showing Nicola Bulley exiting her home address on the morning she disappeared. But it's very odd that the police have not released anything in terms of CCTV. Is that because there isn't any? And is this completely overlooked and overshadowed by the fact that they keep speaking about, this area being very well covered by CCTV? Certain cameras which are working, certain cameras which are not, blind spots here, blind spots there, 700 vehicles which we're looking at for dashcam footage. Are they making it appear that this area is very well surveilled, yet they don't have any CCTV of Nicola Bulley on her walk whatsoever? I'm actually starting to believe that that is a possibility here, that there is no CCTV of Nicola Bulley on her actual walk. I mean, considering that this is classed as a missing person inquiry, and that is what it's classed as by the police themselves, usually in these situations, there is a massive amount of information that is released by the police. Photographs, CCTV footage, still images of this individual on their walk that day. But we've had nothing. Absolutely nothing released officially by the police. Where are the official flyers? Where is the CCTV? Is it because it doesn't exist? Because if it became public and it was well known that there was no CCTV of Nicola Bulley on her walk, my God, that's a question and a half, isn't it, to have to answer? If you've immediately said she's fallen in the river and we don't believe a crime has taken place here, but there's no CCTV of Nicola on her walk, that doesn't look good, does it? As I said, this is speculation. This is just my own personal viewpoint here, but I do find this, very, very odd. And when I refer to her walk, I'm not so much talking about the walk from the school to the towpath. I'm talking about what happens after this point. When she goes over the bridge, she goes along the towpath. I just don't think there's any CCTV which has caught her on the actual walk itself, the route that she would have taken. Which then leads more questions back to the police, doesn't it? And their undying certainty that this individual fell into the River Wyre. Whatever happens regarding this case, if this does turn out to be anything other than a tragic accident, this area, as I said in my previous video, is incredibly important. Where she would normally start this walk and where she would end it is of paramount importance to this investigation. And no, it does not surprise me that now we have suspicious individuals seen near the church, which is just a stone's throw away from the start of her walk, from the start of this location, which is not covered by CCTV. It doesn't surprise me at all. This area needs to be focused on. This area needs to be looked into by police and anyone else looking into this case. Nicola Bulley detectives took 9 days to call key witness that saw suspicious men. A witness said he saw two men hiding their faces and carrying fishing rods the day before Nicola Bulley went missing. A witness claims it took police searching for Nicola Bulley 9 days to contact him after he reported two suspicious men near to where the mum of two went missing. The man, who did not wish to be named, said he saw the individuals the day before Miss Bulley went missing on January the 27th. Worryingly, he claims he saw one of the men again on Miss Bulley's dog walking route on the morning she disappeared. The man told the newspaper the sighting made him feel, quote, very strange and uneasy, but he did not report it until he heard Miss Bulley had gone missing, which was on January the 29th. He says he phoned police first thing on Monday morning, telling them he'd seen two men acting strange and hiding their faces. He said, quote, I was away all that weekend, so I only heard about Nicola Bulley going missing on Sunday. I saw the police were appealing for information, and it struck me that I should tell them what I saw, so I rang them on the Monday. Miss Bulley, 45, disappeared near a river in St Michael's on Wyre, Lancashire at the end of January after walking her dog Willow. The dog and Miss Bulley's phone were found by a bench near the river. Lancashire police have been working on the theory that Miss Bulley fell into the river, but her partner as well as friends and family believe that something else may have happened to her. According to the newspaper, the witness saw two men at around 8 a.m. on Thursday, January the 26th, near to the area Miss Bulley would go missing from just over 24 hours later. The men were described as wearing dark clothing and hoods or hats. They were also carrying fishing rods. The man told the paper the pair could have been normal fishermen, but he said they seemed to want to hide their faces. One of the men was seen again on January the 27th near to the bridge in St Michael's on Wyre. The witness said, quote, "This time it was just a glimpse, but I definitely saw one of them. I think I saw the second man who was way ahead of the other, but I've been going over it a lot in my mind and I couldn't swear my life on it. Again, the man I saw was carrying a fishing rod and covering his face." According to the witness, the man did not seem to be carrying a bait or tackle box, which he said seemed odd. The man said he contacted Lancashire police on Monday, January the 30th, and again on Friday, February the 3rd, but did not hear back from them until Wednesday, February the 8th. He said, quote, "It's frustrating. It would have been much better if I'd have been spoken to straight away, as it was fresher in my mind." Okay, so what are my opinions on this new information regarding the two suspicious men who were seen in the area of Nicola Bulley's disappearance, both on the day she disappeared and the day before her disappearance? I guess what sticks out to me is the fact that these individuals are carrying fishing rods. Now, I've got no experience in fishing, but I do believe you need a license, is that correct, to fish? Could it be that these individuals simply were fishing illegally and that's why they were hiding their faces, covering their faces, maybe acting a little bit shifty? I think that's the first thing that springs to my mind. Could this just be completely innocent? What has been described here by this individual has clearly stuck in his mind, however. He's described these individuals as acting suspicious, covering their faces, wearing dark clothing. It didn't appear that they had all of the correct equipment to be going fishing in the first place. And those little details did actually stick out to this individual. What I do find a little bit more concerning, however, is the fact that it's taken police, according to this article, 9 days to contact this gentleman about his experience, about what he has witnessed. Why is that so crucial? Well, mainly because of the area in which these eyewitness accounts actually transpired, the church area, and also the bridge leading to the towpath, which we know is not covered by CCTV. The normal entry and exit point for Nicola Bulley's walk is not covered by CCTV, and at least one of these eyewitness accounts originates from that particular area. But as I alluded to earlier, the first impression I get when reading this newspaper article and taking this eyewitness account into consideration is that maybe, just maybe, these two individuals were fishing illegally. That's the first thing that springs to mind. Hence the dark clothing, the hood, or something covering their faces, not wanting to be seen. Maybe it is really just that simple. I think it'll be interesting to see over the course of this week whether the police make any sort of public appeal for further information regarding these two men, or whether these two men actually volunteer and, head to their nearest police station in order to clear up this situation. As I say, it'll be interesting to see what transpires throughout the course of this week. What I would like to draw your attention to now is a recent newspaper article which has the following headline: "Vanished. I'm an ex-detective. I'm convinced Nicola Bulley is in the river where she went missing based on 3 factors." An ex-detective says she's convinced missing mum Nicola Bulley is in the river based on 3 factors. Julie McKay said she agrees with the police's main theory that the 45-year-old ended up in the icy Lancashire waterway on January the 27th. The retired detective superintendent who once solved a 32-year-old cold case said there were 3 main reasons that she believes the hypothesis. Julie said they included the fact no new information had given her a reason to think otherwise, and that Nicola's disappearance was unlikely to be a criminal act due to the time it unfolded. Where do I start with this? Okay, the first reason, let's just cover that, shall we? Julie said they included the fact no new information had given her a reason to think otherwise. I mean, really, is this honestly what we're dealing with? This is a retired detective superintendent from Gloucester, I believe, from Gloucestershire. I mean, is that really a genuine reason why you believe that she's fallen into the river? Julie said they included the fact no new information had given her a reason to think otherwise. but there's actually no information to suggest that she's fallen into the river in the first place. So to me, that is, very strange reasoning, shall we say. Julie told the newspaper, quote, "I still believe she's gone in that river. Today, when you look at the last 2 weeks and review it, nothing has changed." Right, again, some very broad statements here. Today, when you look at the last 2 weeks and review it, nothing has changed. Well, no, nothing has changed. They still haven't found her in the river. I mean, I would say that the longer this goes on for, the chance of her actually ever being in the river starts to diminish. I mean, surely that's common sense. So there has been something that's changed. Also, we're not getting any more press conferences for some reason from the police. That seems to have dried up completely. The police also refused to attend that recent Channel 5 programme where they could have been asked questions live. They refused to appear on that programme. It's almost like everything's been shut down. It's really strange. Let's just look at that again. Today, when you look at the last 2 weeks and review it, nothing has changed. I disagree with that. I believe the fact that, we're now way over 2 weeks since this lady went missing. For me, the chances of her actually ever falling into that river start to diminish over time. That's my own personal opinion. But I mean, what is this lady actually saying here? Nothing has changed. I mean, okay, yeah, if you're literally just going to take the word of the superintendent who is conducting the investigation into her disappearance, then of course, yeah, if you're just going to take her word as the gospel truth that we believe she's fallen into the river, then of course nothing has changed. Of course, because you are buying into that narrative, aren't you? You're not going to shift from that. The former detective said that although Nicola hadn't been found near where police believed she fell in, it didn't mean she wasn't in the water. She continued, quote, "If she's then sadly gone over that Wyre, it becomes tidal, and then the possibility that she's gone out to sea is still quite possible." Julie also explained why she didn't think there was a third party involved, despite part of the path not being covered by CCTV. She said, quote, "I don't believe it's criminal. There would have been a clue along the way." I mean, does this lady even know that there's no CCTV covering Nicola Bulley's walk? Covering the start point and the exit point of Nicola Bulley's walk? Is she aware that that isn't covered by CCTV? I don't actually think there is any CCTV of Nicola Bulley's walk. I really don't. I genuinely don't believe that, particularly the part where she's walking across the fields, even when she enters off of the main road, there's no CCTV covering that area. I know that for a fact. But again, I don't think it's criminal. There would have been a clue along the way. What you mean, around by the bench that wasn't treated as a crime scene? The bench which wasn't cordoned off? I mean, the police have basically attended this scene and thought, okay, we've got a harness, we've got a phone, this lady has fallen into the river, and we're basically going to start with that hypothesis and work on from there. And they've kept to that idea for the last 2 weeks. People have been allowed to walk across that area. Any potential footprints or any forensic evidence is long gone. Long gone. So I don't know what she means there. There would have been a clue along the way. There may well have been a clue. You don't know, do you? You don't know because it wasn't treated as a crime scene in the first place. The former detective said a criminal act is, quote, usually from an opportunist, adding, quote, where women are attacked by a stranger and sexually assaulted and or sadly murdered, it's spontaneous. Okay, but that doesn't mean it's impossible, does it? Particularly when Nicola Bulley's Strava routes are public information. Someone could have easily have known her normal walking routes on that day. She basically walked the same route pretty much the entire time she walked Willow. Across the bridge, up the footpath, and even so much as going up to the top field and around in that direction. All very similar. And it's not hard for someone to actually gain knowledge of someone's particular routine or patterns, especially when that information is out there to the public. So yes, it may well be that in the vast majority of cases, it is a spontaneous act, but that doesn't mean it's impossible, does it? Let's continue. She said, quote, it's rare they would camp out the area, check the route, the CCTV, and do it all around 9 a.m. She also said with the time of year being winter, it could make it harder to find Nicola for 2 reasons. Julie said if the mum was in the water, her winter clothes would be weighing her down, with the cold water playing its part too. She explained, quote, "It's also how the body operates in the water. It sinks until decomposition sets in, and because it's so cold, it may be a bit longer." It comes as a dive expert said if Nicola had been in the water, he would have found her, and that her body couldn't be in the sea. Peter Faulding also claimed the mum could have been targeted, taken, or run off with a lover. The experts were speaking after Nicola's partner Paul Ansell sat down yesterday for his first television interview. In it, Paul said he was, quote, 100% convinced the mother of his children was not in the river. Okay, so in general, I certainly don't believe or buy into what this particular detective is saying here. I don't want to come across as someone who bashes the police, but to me, a lot of this is just pure common sense. And I try and frame my videos around that concept pretty much. The fact that we don't have CCTV covering the start or exit point of Nicola Bulley's walk. I will continue to say this because it's not being put out there as some big deal by the police. It's never really been mentioned as a focal point by the police during this missing person search. And it really needs to be made public. It really needs to be the focal point of this entire investigation. How can you really say that she's fallen into the river when you can't see her start or exit that walk? The reason being, that area is not covered by CCTV. So it would appear that the police are in the process of searching the caravan park near to where the belongings of Nicola Bulley were found on a bench next to the River Wyre. Let's take a look at the following news article, and afterwards I'll be sharing my own thoughts and opinions. Police searching caravan site yards from bench where phone found. The caravan site being visited by Lancashire police officers is believed to be one of several CCTV blind spots identified in the search for missing mum of two Nicola Bulley. Police searching for missing mum of two Nicola Bulley were today seen heading to a caravan site near to where she disappeared. Miss Bulley vanished on January the 27th while walking her Springer Spaniel Willow in St Michael's on Wyre in Lancashire, shortly after dropping her daughters aged 6 and 9 at school. Her phone was found on a bench overlooking the river, still connected to a work call. The caravan site, being visited by officers, is believed to be one of several CCTV blind spots identified in the search for Miss Bulley. A friend named Tilly Ann previously wrote in a Facebook post backed by Miss Bulley's family, quote, "There's CCTV at the back of the caravan park. The only camera that isn't working is one that would have seen everything." It comes as police officers are reportedly widening their investigation to include the day before she went missing. As part of their investigation, detectives are claimed to have now requested CCTV footage from a local garage that covers one of the exit points from the field where she vanished. Meanwhile, a witness has reportedly told police that he spotted two men acting suspiciously close to Nicola's dog walk route the day before she went missing. Okay, so this news has just been released that police are now looking into the caravan site close to where Nicola Bulley went missing. Now, I made a video 2 days ago which is titled Nicola Bulley, My Theory on Her Disappearance, and I've been hammering this point home for the past 48 to 72 hours that there is no CCTV coverage at the start or end of Nicola's walk, and what is right by the start of her walk and where those items are discovered near the bench, a caravan site. I mentioned in that video that if no sign of Nicola turns up in the coming days, then this caravan site is going to need to be checked extensively. And I don't mean just opening the doors of the caravans, having a little wander about. You know, this place needs to be checked extensively. It is a key location in the disappearance of Nicola Bulley. Also, in this newspaper article, we are still hearing a lot of talk, aren't we, about these CCTV blind spots. It's almost a bit like a smokescreen. I think that was the word I was searching for in my previous video. It's almost like a smokescreen, that they're talking about these blind spots and these cameras, and there's cameras out the back, and there's cameras here, there's cameras there, one's not working. They're failing to really mention the most important part. You know, forget all the other stuff. Forget it all. Forget the other cameras in the caravan park, here, there and everywhere. The main crux of this is the fact that there is no CCTV coverage to see Nicola start or end her walk. We know from previous videos that I've made that Nicola would always start and end the walk at the same point. And it makes complete sense because her car is parked the other side of the River Wyre. She would walk back through the towpath, over the bridge, toward the school where her car is parked. I mean, where do people think she's heading after this walk? She's going back to her car, isn't she, with the dog? So it makes sense that she would head back past that caravan site, and it's very, very close to where her items are discovered, the phone and the harness by the bench. And I think that that is what confuses a lot of people when they look at this case, is that the police have given the public the impression that they've arrived on scene there, that they've got a harness, a phone, a dog that's running free, and a river with a sign on a tree that says danger, deep water. And they've come to this hypothesis, this conclusion very early on, that the most likely situation here is that Nicola has entered the water. Yet very early on, also very early on, and it's paramount that I mention this, very early on in the investigation, it's going to be crystal clear that there is no CCTV capturing her starting or ending that walk. Now, if there was a CCTV camera there and you could see her entering the fields but not exiting, then your natural thought process would be, okay, she has started this walk but she has not returned. Why has she not returned? Has she fallen into the river? But this CCTV, this footage, does not exist. So how can you make that your main hypothesis without forensically checking the area, without really going into a deep dive into this caravan park, getting statements, getting interviews, conducting proper forensic testing on that area? How can you actually say, we believe she's fallen into the river, when you've not actually got any proof whatsoever that she started the walk and ended it? I've also mentioned before, and I tried to really phrase this the best way that I could at the time, but it just appears that this case is working backwards. And I said this, a week ago now? About a week ago? And over 2 weeks later, after this missing mother of two has vanished, they are now searching the caravan park. Over 2 weeks later, a location that is literally a stone's throw from the bench, from where the evidence was located. What the hell is going on in this investigation? I mean, could it be, let's just look at this favourably for one moment, could it be that the police are just returning there to catch up with the residents and just see if there's anything that they've missed? But I just don't get that impression. I do not get that impression whatsoever. The sad impression of this case that I have is that police got there, they didn't seal the area, they made a very quick, hasty assumption, and it has completely and utterly backfired. It's also quite interesting that it appears that the police have taken a real backward step here in terms of appearing in the public. We haven't had any press conferences for quite some time now. No recent developments. Where are the boots on the ground? Where are the people trying to look for statements, trying to find information? I mean, I've seen dog walkers go into that location just over the last couple of days, and there's no one there. There's a few local people who are interested in viewing the bench or hanging around the bench area, but there's no boots on the ground, there's no police officers searching the undergrowth. It's almost like it's just been completely shut down. I mean, yes, they may be searching other areas, they may be out into the Irish Sea or Niagara Falls, wherever they wish to look. God knows where they're going to be looking next. But I just wonder what has taken place here. And yes, there's every possibility that I'm going to be wrong in this situation, that the police do locate Nicola Bulley's body. But there has been a massive void in information put out there by the police. Don't speculate. We don't want speculation. Speculation doesn't help anybody. I mean, if they'd actually thought about this case in a different way from the outset, we probably wouldn't be in this situation as it stands, with so many people speculating, creating content on this particular case. But what do law enforcement expect when they put out very, very strange press conferences alluding to the fact that they have evidence pointing or suggesting to the fact that Nicola had fallen into the river, but not divulging that to the public? I mean, what do they expect people to do? As I said, there's a massive void here information from the police out into the public domain. Does anybody remember when the police came forward and said, we have identified 700 drivers who drove past Nicola's location on the morning of January the 27th. We've identified these drivers, we've written to these drivers, we are in the process of obtaining dashcam footage. I'm pretty sure that most of you will remember that statement. Would it surprise you that the police were looking on the wrong road? Would it surprise you? Garstang Road, Garstang Lane, which is mentioned in the following press conference that I'll play for you very shortly, is not the road that they should have been appealing for dashcam footage from. Blackpool Lane is where Nicola Bulley starts and finishes her walk. This is a topic that I have covered extensively in previous videos over the last 2 or 3 days, discussing the fact that there is no CCTV coverage at the start or the end of Nicola's walk. Why is that important? Take a look back at Nicola's Strava routes. She would always enter this walk and always end the walk at the same location. She would walk across the towpath into the fields, do a loop around the lower and the upper field, come back round and exit by the towpath, back over the bridge. Where was Nicola's car parked the day she disappeared? At the school. The other side of the River Wyre. So she would have done her walk and she would have been heading back towards the towpath, the area which is not covered by CCTV. But this is not Garstang Lane. This is not Garstang Road. This is Blackpool Lane. Please listen to the following.
And CCTV that we've looked at shows that Nicola did not leave either the allotment lane exit of that riverside area, nor the Rowan Water Caravan Park, which has been discounted, nor any of the other locked or areas covered by CCTV. As I said Friday, this only leaves the path along Garstang Lane onto the A586, which is not covered by CCTV, but the more of those 700 or so vehicle drivers that we can identify and who can confirm that they have neither dashcam footage or saw anything on that morning will help us to close that very small gap.
I genuinely cannot stress enough how important this particular video truly is. We are not looking for dashcam footage on Garstang Lane or Garstang Road. They need dashcam footage from Blackpool Lane. So as they won't come out and correct this issue, they won't come out and actually seek this dashcam footage from the area that they actually need it, I will do it for you. If there are any drivers out there who passed Blackpool Lane on the morning of January the 27th, around 9 o'clock to 9:30, if you have dashcam footage from this particular area, please submit it to the police. Why are the police talking about Garstang Lane? First of all, I would imagine that's completely wrong because it's called Garstang Road. And they're talking about the top exit at the upper field. An exit that Nicola Bulley was not using. She's never exited via that particular exit onto Garstang Road. Not once during her Strava routes has she used that exit. She would be heading back towards the bench, past that bench area, back onto Blackpool Lane. Don't worry about dashcam footage from Garstang Road, Garstang Lane. They need dashcam footage from Blackpool Lane. This is the critical area that is not covered by CCTV. I do find this actually incredibly surprising. The fact that the police have been appealing for dashcam footage from the incorrect road, from an incorrect location. They've identified 700 drivers from the wrong road. It's not the road of upper importance, most importance in this case. Yes, you could do with a little bit of dashcam footage from that area just to make sure that she hasn't exited via Garstang Road. But the area that is never discussed, hasn't been discussed actually since day one in this investigation, is the fact that where Nicola starts her walk and where she ends the walk is not covered by CCTV. The area which is nearest to the bench is not covered by CCTV. The road which is nearest to that bench, which goes over the bridge back towards her car, where she would be heading after this walk, is not covered by CCTV. Has anyone asked themselves at home, why have we got no CCTV? Why are the police not releasing CCTV in a missing person inquiry? Because it doesn't exist. And they've been seeking dashcam footage from the wrong road. Garstang Lane or Garstang Road. Blackpool Lane is where dashcam footage needs to be provided from, not this other location, which is, as I say, the exit from the upper field. It leaves me with the constant question over the past 3 or 4 days, why is this location not spoken about? Why are they discussing a multitude of different cameras in the location, in the locality, in the general vicinity of those fields, but they have not once said, actually, we don't have Nicola on CCTV. The reason I think that that's not coming to light, and the reason I think that that's not actually publicised particularly well in the national press, is that if this comes to light, that actually we don't have CCTV of her walking into the fields, starting her walk and exiting her walk, the natural question is going to be, then how did you know that she didn't leave the river area? The press conferences, constantly, all the time, she hasn't left the river area. We don't believe she's left the river area. Based on the CCTV and dashcam that we've checked, she hasn't left that river area. They've got absolutely no idea whether she even entered or exited the river area. It's all based upon eyewitness accounts. There is nothing in terms of CCTV which captures Nicola Bulley starting or ending her walk. And this is incredibly important. If you can see Nicola starting the walk, coming over the bridge, walking down the towpath, disappearing into the distance, and she doesn't return, and you look back at her Strava routes, you realise, okay, this individual is a creature of habit. She will follow pretty much the same routes every time she walks Willow over these fields, and she always, note this word, always exits the same way that she enters. So if you can capture her on CCTV or a dash cam starting that walk, but you don't see her exiting, then yes, your first hypothesis would be, well, yeah, she hasn't left the river area. We can see her entering here, but there's nothing with her coming out. But they do not have that information. Let me make it clear one more time. They do not have CCTV of Nicola Bulley on her walk.
The police, to me, looked fairly confident when they said Nicola has not left this location. And they said they'd checked all working CCTV, people's doorbell footage and the like. Although they did clearly state there was no CCTV covering the exit that led to Garstang Lane and the A586. We now know, of course, that they've written to the owners of some 700 vehicles that passed along Garstang Lane to see if the owners of those cars have got any dashcam footage or anything else that might assist the police inquiry.
Even this retired Metropolitan detective has been misinformed. Even he is talking about Garstang Lane. How is this being missed? How has this been missed by the police? The fact that they've put out the wrong road. They're looking for dashcam in the wrong area. Why is that? I can't get my head around this. It's so bloody simple. The fact that where she starts, how many times do I have to create a video telling the very bare basics, the very bare bones of this case, which is the most important point to start from? How many more times? Where she starts to walk is Blackpool Lane. Where she starts to walk and ends that walk, the exit comes out onto Blackpool Lane. Garstang Road is further up the road. It covers the top exit, the exit which you're not really particularly interested in when you first arrive there on the scene. The first thing that you do is that you speak to the partner, you speak to Paul, and you say, where was she heading? Where was Nicola going that day? Where has she parked her car? Where would she be heading after her walk? Paul would say, yes, she walked over the bridge. She went along her walk. She would have walked past that bench. She would have gone along the lower field, around the upper field. She would have doubled back on herself. She would have exited back down the towpath. Bearing in mind the map there, the towpath, Blackpool Lane, not Garstang Road, not Garstang Lane. She would have entered back onto Blackpool Lane, across the bridge, back towards the car where she parked, I believe, at the primary school. Even this Met detective who is discussing this case is completely confused by what the police have released. Why have the police not come out since that press conference and completely corrected this balls up? Now, if Nicola Bulley's items, the harness, the phone and Willow the dog were discovered on the upper field by the river, let's say for instance, then of course you would be searching that area. You would be looking for dashcam footage from Garstang Road, Garstang Lane. Obviously, that is what you'd be looking for. But the fact that her items are found by the bench, just a couple of 100 yards from Blackpool Lane, the very end of her normal walking route, which is of paramount importance. People are creatures of habit. She was approaching that bench at the end of her walk, back onto the towpath, back across the bridge, back in the direction of her parked car. Blackpool Lane, why has it never been mentioned? It's not been mentioned in any press conference. It's not been mentioned in any press release. It's never mentioned in any sort of TV piece on the news. Blackpool Lane, why is that? Is it because the police will say, actually, we've appealed and identified 700 drivers from the incorrect area, from Garstang Lane, from Garstang Road? I mean, even if they made a mistake, come out and correct it. Blackpool Lane is where we need dashcam footage. If you were driving on that road on January the 27th, Blackpool Lane, please submit your dashcam footage to the police urgently. I really do urge anyone who is interested in this case to share this video far and wide. It's incredibly important that we get this information out there into the public domain, that what they actually require is dashcam footage from Blackpool Lane between 9 o'clock and 9:40 a.m. on January the 27th, Friday, January the 27th. The police really need to come out and explain what has taken place here. Have they just made a mistake with the road? They really need to correct this urgently. I really urge the police to come forward and make it clear exactly what they have checked, what they haven't checked, and what they are looking for at this present time. Why are the police still putting out there completely false information?
On the Monday, the 30th of January, I was identified as the senior investigating officer. At that time, we reviewed all the information that had been gathered in the days prior to her being reported. And as any senior investigating officer does, you form a number of hypotheses. That is, scenarios which are possible from the information to hand. Those hypotheses included the one that she possibly could have gone into the river, that there could have been third-party involvement, and lastly, that she could have left the area voluntarily. Those hypotheses have remained in place throughout, are reviewed regularly, as is normal with any SIO running a major investigation. At the initial stages, based on the information I received, I made it clear that it was my working hypothesis at that time, based with all the facts, that the main hypothesis I was working on at that time was that Nicola had gone in the river. This has been misconstrued in the press and said that that was what I said. I said that was my main working hypothesis at that time, and that remains my main working hypothesis.
Okay, so during this part of the press conference, the part that sticks out to me is the fact that this lady says quite openly, I became the chief investigating officer on January the 30th. And it's actually really important to remember this. Not the 27th when Nicola went missing, not the 28th or 29th, but January the 30th. She also mentions they have a number of working hypotheses or hypothesis. And to me, if you do have a number of genuine hypotheses, then why would you not have sealed that area? Even if you believe it's a 10% likelihood, a 20% likelihood that maybe, just maybe, Nicola Bulley has been abducted. If you are genuinely open to those possibilities, why has the normal procedure not been followed? Why has that bench not been cordoned off? Why have they not got extensive forensics working in that area? They've allowed the public just to walk in and walk about the whole entire place throughout the weeks that this lady has been missing. You know, if they go back now and actually need to find anything forensically, it's gone. It's long gone. They've allowed people to sit on the bench. They haven't cordoned off any area whatsoever, particularly the bench and the surrounding fields. And I think it's really important to take note here that this lady became the chief investigating officer 3 days after Nicola Bulley went missing. It then became her working hypothesis that Nicola Bulley had sadly fallen into the river, most likely. The problem with that is that if anything else has happened, it's too late. It's too late to gather evidence around the bench. It's too late to gather evidence in the surrounding area because you have not secured the potential crime scene. That is the big issue here. And during this time period, let's say the 30th of January, I'm fairly sure that the police would have been well aware that there was no CCTV covering Nicola Bulley's entry or exit from those fields.
I think it's clear to see that the amount of effort, hours worked, resources that we have put into this investigation, that we have always been open-minded. Those 3 hypotheses and scenarios have been continually reviewed and continue to do so to this day. But as Mr Dawson has said, at the minute, with the information that we have received and reviewed, there is not a single piece of information or evidence to suggest that there is any third-party involvement in this investigation.
The problem that I have with the next statement is that if you are open-minded, you're not closed off to the idea that something may have happened to Nicola Bulley. She may have left on her own accord, or she may have been abducted. If you are genuinely open to those suggestions, then when you arrive there at this scene, would you not secure the area if you were genuinely open to those suggestions? Because to me, it doesn't make any sense at all. If you are genuinely open to the possibility that something has happened to her in terms of a criminal act, then why was that area not secured? Why was the bench area not sealed? Why were the fields not cordoned off so proper forensic work could actually take place? All that we know from the police thus far comes in the form of Lancashire Police Twitter account, where they said, yes, we've conducted some evidence gathering around the bench. Now, I don't know if that means dusting for prints or simply picking up the harness and the phone. I've got no idea. But what we can say for certain is that there were no precautions put in place in terms of sealing these areas off from the public.
So in terms of the actual timeline, Nicola Bulley dropped her children off at school at about 8:40 on Friday the 27th of January. That was normal, and she then proceeded, after chatting to a couple of people in the school yard, walked up Garstang Road and onto the river path over an iron bridge that takes you down to these fields.
Okay, so at this point in time, everybody at home, particularly myself, take a big deep breath. The police are still getting this wrong. Even today, in the current press conference, just a few hours ago, they keep mentioning the wrong road. Nicola Bulley dropped her two children off at school. She then walked up Blackpool Lane and over the footbridge, not Garstang Road. Garstang Road is at the top exit from the upper field. Constantly, every single time the police either appeal for dashcam footage or talk about this area where Nicola enters her walk, it's complete and utter crap. She did not walk along Garstang Road to start her walk. We know this via the multitude of videos that I've created over the last few days discussing Nicola's walk and the fact that it is not covered by CCTV. So let's just get it straight. One more time. Let's try again. One more time. Blackpool Lane is the lane that Nicola Bulley walked up after dropping her children at school, across the bridge onto the towpath. Blackpool Lane, not Garstang Road. Now, the reason that this is so incredibly important is that the police have been looking for dashcam footage on Garstang Road. Now, we know from Nicola's previous walks, every single one of her previous walks, she starts on Blackpool Lane, she enters at Blackpool Lane, and she exits back out onto Blackpool Lane and over the bridge. We know that her car was parked at the primary school. We know that she had been coming back when she reached the bench area where her items are located. And that is just a couple of 100 yards from where? Blackpool Lane. It's no good the police keep asking for dashcam footage from Garstang Road. Blackpool Lane is where dashcam footage needs to be provided from. This is mentioned 2 or 3 times during this press conference just today. They are still getting the wrong road, looking for dashcam footage from the incorrect location. Anyone who has dashcam footage from Blackpool Lane on January the 27th, please submit it to the police.
We know that because there are witnesses who have identified her, and also from her phone data. We know that Nicola entered the field and made a couple of messages.
Let's just make it clear while we just hear that piece of information there. We know that Nicola entered the field, and there's a little bit of stuttering. Actually, the only reason they know that Nicola entered the field was due to eyewitnesses. There is no CCTV covering the entry or exit to Nicola Bulley's walk. They'll then go on to talk about CCTV at Rowan Water, which is a top field she's never exited from during these walks in the past. And also Allotment Lane, another exit that she has never used in the past during her past walks in that area. She always enters and always exits back onto Blackpool Lane, and that area is not covered by CCTV.
Just moving on to CCTV, like I've said, we are really fortunate in this inquiry that we've been able to narrow down a lot of the witnesses in the area's movements, and to some extent Nicola's. But we can't complete that totally. The area at the top of the field, Rowan Water, has CCTV that covers the gate that enters the field and the front of the site. That is working. The site managers have been cooperating with us and so supportive of this investigation at every stage, and we can say that Nicola has not entered that area or left. We can also say that nobody that we haven't traced and spoken to and discounted has left or entered Rowan Water. The second point on CCTV is Allotment Lane. Again, we've been really, really fortunate, despite it being such a rural area, that we've got numerous sites of CCTV on that road. And that is why we can be confident that Nicola has not gone down that road. Unfortunately, the main entrance and exit to the fields is via the river path, as we refer to it. And that river path goes back to Garstang Road. You can fork off slightly, which takes you at the back of the Grapes pub, which would bring you back onto the main road. But again, that is covered by CCTV, and we know she hasn't left via that entrance.
Again here, in my opinion, just massively overstating what they do have in terms of CCTV and how beneficial it actually is. Talk again here of Rowan Water, the top field. We've got CCTV. I mean, they might as well say we've got CCTV coverage from the moon, because Nicola Bulley has never entered or exited the Rowan Water CCTV coverage area during any of her previous walks in that location. It's not particularly mind-blowing that she's not on CCTV. Yes, it's important in terms of abduction to be able to rule that out from that particular location, but to say, we've got CCTV and she hasn't exited, that's no big surprise, because she wouldn't be heading there in the first place. And then we have discussion of if she comes out of the towpath and turns right towards the Grapes, we do have CCTV footage there. Why would she be turning right when her car is parked to the left, back over the bridge? I mean, you don't have anything, let's just be honest. You don't have anything in terms of CCTV capturing Nicola Bulley on her walk. You can't see her starting the walk and you can't see her finishing it. That's just basically it. Why don't the police just be honest and say, look, we need CCTV, we need dashcam footage from people on Blackpool Lane. This is where she would start and end her walk. But even that has gone completely wrong. They're looking for dashcam footage from Garstang Road, from the top exit that she has never used. Absolute insanity.
So talking about the river path, this has always been, and we've made this really clear in previous briefings and bulletins, that this has been our focus. And to do this, because of the lack of CCTV on the main road, we've had to appeal numerous times for motorists and cyclists in the area to send us through any potential clips of dashcam. And our intention is to review every one of those, however small they might be, to make sure that on none of those Nicola is seen. At this stage, none of that dashcam has indicated that Nicola is there. However, I'd just like to point out we are still reviewing those pieces of information.
I wonder why no pieces of dashcam have caught Nicola Bulley on her walk that morning. Could it be the case that you have been sent dashcam footage from Garstang Road or Garstang Lane? Is that a possibility? When really you need the footage from Blackpool Lane? From the school to the towpath? That's what you need. Footage from the school to the towpath. Across the bridge, along the towpath, there the walk starts and ends. I can't believe that they've had dashcam footage submitted. They've actually approached 700 drivers. And this lady has just admitted here, we have not seen Nicola Bulley on her walk. Is it a surprise when they've been asking for dashcam footage from the wrong road the entire bloody time? Blackpool Lane. For people who are also putting in the comment section, well, why don't you tell the police? I have emailed the police. I have used the tip line to try and correct them, but they still keep coming out with the wrong information, even today. Garstang Road, Garstang Lane. Absolutely crazy. I don't know what to suggest here. I really don't. I mean, is this intentional? I don't know. I mean, how can they get this so badly wrong? She's only walked a very short distance. They've even got that road wrong. You know, Blackpool Lane. Blackpool Lane onto the towpath. That is where the walk starts. That is where the walk ends. On every occasion she has been there, that is where she starts. That is where she has finished. I'm not surprised that they've had no dashcam footage capturing Nicola Bulley on her walk, because if people have submitted dashcam footage from Garstang Road, as has been asked for on countless occasions during this missing persons investigation, then of course she's not going to be there. As I've said a million times, she has never entered or exited via Garstang Road.
What I can say, which we have established only yesterday, was that if Nicola had left out of the river path and turned right, she has not reached the Great Pub. And we can say that because we have CCTV covering both sides of that pavement. So moving on to Nicola's phone, I've talked to you about the discrepancies that have been flagged up with the Teams call, whether she would have had that in front of her, whether she would have had that in a pocket. And we can say with confidence that Nicola that morning, whilst logged into her Teams call, had the phone out in front of her, listening to that call. We have, of course, like you would in any major inquiry, done an exhaustive amount of work with that phone. We have digital media experts doing everything we can with that. And that has enabled us to help us with her movements in the field, corroborated by the witness accounts. Moving on to Fitbit, as I know this has been of interest, unfortunately, despite many technicians and specialists looking at this, there is no further information that we can gain from that because it hadn't been synced for a number of days. Just in relation to digital inquiries, there is further work that we are doing on Nicola's social media accounts this morning. The family are totally aware of this, but this work that we're doing might show Nicola as being online. I want to make this really clear. We have control of this phone. This will be the police that is doing these inquiries, and that nobody needs to be concerned or to contact the incident room in relation to this.
Again, further information there regarding the grapes, a location which is actually in the complete opposite direction as to where Nicola would have been heading. So I don't know why that is classed as, interesting or important information. And it's quite strange that it's taken them, 20 days or so to get that information? They said they've just found out today or yesterday that the CCTV captures both sides of the pavement. I mean, really? What, over 2 weeks later? And then we have discussion about her social media account. Should this stuff not have been done at the earliest opportunity? Well, we're talking like over 2 weeks now, and you're saying, okay, we're going to be accessing her social media, her Facebook, etc. That's what I'm guessing that they're getting at there. And she may be shown as online. So over 2 weeks later, they're now looking into her social media into some depth. I mean, really? Has 2 weeks been lost in this investigation looking into the river? That is my biggest concern at this point. The fact that we're having constant misinformation released from the police concerning where they need their dashcam footage from. They're then saying to us, we haven't seen Nicola on her walk. Well, that's pretty obvious because you've been asking for the wrong location the entire time. And now it turns out that they've just got CCTV from where she would turn right out of that walk, which makes no sense whatsoever. It's taken them over 2 weeks to obtain that, and 2 weeks to start taking a real deep dive into her social media accounts. We are going to leave it there for this particular video. I'm going to be doing a live stream this evening, which is the 15th of February 2023, covering the entire press conference and giving my opinions as we go along. Please do share this video if possible. As I've stated in my previous videos, particularly one titled, "This Has Been Missed," it's really important that it's put out there in the public domain that they require dashcam footage from Blackpool Lane and not the top exit on Garstang Road. In this video, I'm going to show you a very obvious exit point that Nicola Bulley could have used on her walk on January the 27th, which would not be covered by CCTV or dashcam footage. Now, the first point that really needs to be touched upon and really needs to be emphasised in this video is the fact that where Nicola Bulley would start and end her walk always follows a very, very familiar pattern, and that is critical. She would always start and always end this walk via the towpath, back out onto Blackpool Lane. That is important to remember. We're not looking at a multitude of different entry and exit points that she may have used. She always used the same entry point and same exit point on her walk. Also worth remembering that this area is not covered by CCTV. There is no CCTV capturing Nicola Bulley's walk. There are no CCTV cameras to capture Nicola Bulley entering the fields, and no CCTV cameras to see her exiting, most importantly. So we can't be sure that Nicola Bulley hasn't left the Riverside area, particularly where the bench is located. Now, I'm here not to speculate at all in any way, shape or form on Nicola Bulley's mental health or her state of mind during this walk. That is not the point of this video. But what lays across the road from her exit point is another gate. This gate leads further downstream to other open fields that are not covered by CCTV. If Nicola Bulley wanted to be on her own, if she had other plans that day, if she didn't want to be seen by the public or cameras or CCTV, dashcam, whatever, if she just wanted to be alone or to even leave that area, the most obvious place to look is the gate right opposite her normal exit point. Interestingly, this gate leads further downstream, and if you follow this river Wyre, you can actually end up in Great Eccleston, which is not particularly far from St Michael's on Wyre, but you can see how someone can leave this area completely and utterly undetected. Bearing in mind that this area in general is not covered by CCTV, as in Blackpool Lane, and in particular the entry and exit point to Nicola Bulley's walk, and I think a lot of people are saying, well, why is there no dashcam footage of her entering or exiting? Why doesn't that exist? If she has simply crossed this very small road here and taken this gate, then yes, she's not going to be on dashcam. She's not going to be on CCTV. And maybe she's even waited for the road to be a little bit quieter. She's on the towpath and she just slips across through that gate. I mean, is that a possibility? I think that these avenues really do need to be explored further downstream. Not so much the river itself or the river's edge. There's bits of open farmland here. There's little areas of woodland. All of this, in my opinion, my own personal opinion here, needs to be searched thoroughly. It's the most obvious point, if you wish to leave undetected, that you would use. Straight out of the towpath, directly in your eye line, is that gate. Could that explain why Nicola Bulley has not been seen on CCTV, yet has potentially still left the Riverside area. Bearing in mind that the police have come out on a number of occasions and said we don't believe that Nicola Bulley ever left the Riverside area. And it's really important that we don't lose hope here, that we don't just give up and buy into these ideas, that just because they don't believe it, that we also don't believe it alongside them. The reason I say that, again, is because they have not got Nicola Bulley on CCTV, nor starting nor exiting that walk. So there is nothing in terms of evidence to suggest that Nicola Bulley hasn't left this area. There is still a possibility, however small that may be, that Nicola Bulley has left undetected. Now, I'm quite surprised at myself that I hadn't noticed this a lot sooner. Bearing in mind I've been focusing on Blackpool Lane for the past few days, really putting a lot of emphasis on where Nicola Bulley would start and end her walk and the lack of CCTV coverage in that area. And I've literally just come across this gate today. I mean, have we missed this the entire time? I haven't seen anyone else speaking about this. But it's interesting, isn't it? It's the first place that you would see if you wanted to get away, if you wanted to leave the area unseen. Why not just simply cross this very small road straight across through that gate and into open fields? The most obvious place to look is this location. Now, the police mentioned yesterday in a press conference that they had continued to search on foot, or they had covered quite a lot of ground on foot in terms of searching for Nicola Bulley. They had searched 300 buildings, I believe it was. But this area in particular, I think a lot more focus needs to be put on this particular area. Not so much the river itself and the riverbank, but the surrounding area, the little areas of woodland that exist on that walk. I think they could be crucial to search. And as I say, I really do feel that this is a true possibility, that if Nicola Bulley has left this area, that this is a location and a direction she may have travelled. It would explain why we have no CCTV, why there is nothing capturing Nicola Bulley leaving the Riverside area. I mean, have they even sought dashcam footage from other local villages? I don't believe they have. They've solely focused on Garstang Road, which I've mentioned a million and one times is actually the incorrect road. We're looking for dashcam footage on Blackpool Lane, not Garstang Road. But they haven't sought dashcam footage, as far as I am aware, from the wider community and the other villages and towns which are away from St Michael's on Wyre. I think it's also worth remembering that one of the hypotheses that the police are working with is that Nicola Bulley left potentially on her own accord. And if she wanted to go missing, for whatever reason, this route that I have shown you in front of you, as well as allowing access to the river beyond the Wyre, could also give access across fields northwards to Skittam Lane or westwards to Lancaster Road via the footpath network. And I think it's important to stress that this is part of the footpath network. This isn't just some random open field that leads to nowhere. If Nicola Bulley had exited back onto Blackpool Lane, straight across that road, straight through the other gate, this leads to a multitude of different potential exits, and easily accessible ones at that. Now, we know that the police have certain areas covered by CCTV. The Rowan Water exit at the top field or the upper field is covered by CCTV, and also Allotment Lane, which runs just by the side of the bench pretty much and is a potential exit point for Nicola Bulley. Also, the Grapes pub has CCTV which covers, I believe, both sides of the pavement. So it's not a case that Nicola Bulley has exited back onto Blackpool Lane and turned right, or used any of those other exits, which only leaves us with Blackpool Lane. If she turns left and heads back towards the school, there's the potential that she may be caught at some point in time on dashcam or via some doorbell footage from Ring. But there's nothing, is there? There's nothing. And if we still do not find any sign of Nicola Bulley, I think we still need to be open to the possibilities here, because there's either one of three things that have happened. Either she did fall into the river, she has been abducted, or she has left via her own accord. This, to me, is really one of the only exit points that she could have used that would not show up on any CCTV or any dashcam footage. As we now approach the third week of Nicola Bulley's disappearance, and with the recent developments which have been made public concerning her own personal struggles and how that could maybe affect the case and people's opinions going forward. I urge viewers of this channel, I urge the people who live nearby, locals in that area, to not give up hope until we have the answers that are needed, until Nicola is found. Please be open to possibilities. We don't have anything evidentially speaking to suggest that she didn't leave the Riverside area. All that we have is the harness, the phone and the dog. We don't have Nicola, and we don't have Nicola on any CCTV starting or exiting her walk. Yes, it may be the police's working hypothesis that she fell into the water and never left that riverbank area. But I've just shown you how easy that could have been done. Straight across the road, straight through that field, straight through that gate into open fields. I'm going to be taking a balanced approach in looking at the main theories concerning the disappearance of the missing mother of two, Nicola Bulley. So firstly, let's take a look at the police's main working hypothesis that Nicola Bulley entered the River Wyre somewhere in the vicinity of the bench area. This was the location where her belongings were found, the dog harness, the phone and her dog Willow, which was running free at the time. Now what we need to remember here is that police divers were there the very same day. This isn't a woman who had been missing a week or 12 days and then suddenly a search springs into action and people are searching the River Wyre. That didn't happen. Search divers were there the very same day that she was reported missing. We also know that by that bench area, the river is actually quite shallow towards the edge. Yes, it does drop down in the middle, but you would have thought that if they actually had these expert search divers there on day one, the very same day, they searched this particular area extensively. I believe that she would have been found the same day. We're not talking about some fast flowing river at this section of the River Wyre, and I just feel that with the resources that they had, the resources that they put into the water the very same day that she went missing, that she would have been found if she had entered at that spot. Now, when investigating officers first attend the scene, they get there, they see the belongings, they see the dog, and they see the river's edge. Naturally, the first place that you're going to be searching is directly below the bench in the water. I've got no problem with that whatsoever. But very early on in this investigation, it would have been apparent to these officers that this area is not covered by any CCTV. And at that point, they need to think to themselves, well, hang on a minute. We've got these belongings here and the dog's running free. Now, would Nicola have entered that water with Willow just running free with the dog who could have just jumped in straight after her? The dog's dry, so that doesn't make any sense. Would she really want the dog to see this take place? Would she want the dog to jump in after her, potentially lose the dog's life, or the dog maybe even alerting members of the public? Bearing in mind that they're actually considering at this stage that this could have been an intentional act here. So that needs to be taken into consideration when I say this. But the fact that Willow is running free and Willow is dry and running between the bench and the gate area, surely they could have thought to themselves, hang on a minute, she may have gone through the gate, she may have distracted the dog, or maybe even tried to tie the dog up herself and leave through the gate, straight onto the road, across the road, through the gate, and followed the footpath further downstream towards the Wyre. That should have been a consideration very early on in this investigation. We also need to remember that there's no way of knowing for sure exactly what areas were searched during those earliest stages. Did they solely focus just below the bench area? Did they decide to then move upstream towards the upper field due to the last eyewitness sighting of Nicola Bulley being in that area? That would make sense. And it could be that there's been a loss of time here in terms of searching the lower end or further downstream towards the Wyre area. And if that has taken place, if there is a loss of time here due to searching the bench area and the upper field direction, then of course there is a possibility. We have to be open to the possibility that she has entered the water further downstream. And if that has indeed happened, then there is the possibility of her moving further and further away from the bench area. What does concern me, however, is the fact that the police came out at a very early stage in this search and said to the public, we don't believe that Nicola ever left the Riverside area. And that's despite there being no CCTV of Nicola entering or exiting this walk. In other words, no CCTV coverage of Nicola entering the Riverside area nor leaving it. So they couldn't say for certain. And it worries me that they've got there to this scene. They found these items and they haven't really paid enough attention to the dog. The dog is dry. The dog has been in the water in the past. It's used to water. But on this occasion, you have found the dog and it is bone dry. You are right next to a gate where someone could seclude the dog one side and make off through the gate, back down the towpath, across the road, into the other field where it's a lot quieter, still following the river without being seen at all, but without being seen on any CCTV whatsoever. Incredibly easily done. Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, the dog could have got through the fence. The dog could have got over the stile or whatever. Apparently, they took the dog there the next day. They took the dog Willow back to this scene and they said, can you, they tried to get it over the stile or that sort of direction around that area. And it struggled, but it did get through. So that tells me it wasn't particularly easy for the dog to get through that area of the fence or the stile, whatever it is. It wasn't particularly easy. The dog was only left on its own, potentially for around 13 minutes, 10 to 13 minutes. Not very long. We also can't rule out the possibility, as I said earlier, that Nicola didn't try and tie the dog up herself and the dog got free by the time that dog walker found her. We also can't discount the possibility that Nicola distracted the dog in some way and made her way through the gate and hurried off down the towpath towards Blackpool Lane. We can't discount that at all. With all of that in mind, there is, as I say, the possibility here that the police were solely focused on the bench area and further upstream during the initial search. Again, this is speculation on my behalf when I say this. I don't know the exact areas that were searched during the first 48 hours. But if they're going by the items that were discovered on the bench, we know that a lot of activity took place below the bench area into the water. And it wouldn't surprise me if they then moved further upstream due to the fact that the last eyewitness account of someone seeing Nicola alive was in that area, the upper field, further upstream. If that has taken place, or maybe they've even gone downstream, but not far enough, we need to remember that Nicola could have covered miles, absolutely miles, just following the River Wyre further and further downstream. We have to be open to the possibility that she did enter the water at some stage. We do have to be open to that possibility. Because if we're open to the possibility of her leaving via her own accord and wishing to start a new life somewhere else, she would have taken that exact same path, straight down the towpath, straight across the road through the gate, and you can basically end up in other villages without even being seen once on CCTV. It's a very, very easy and also easily missed exit point for Nicola Bulley to have used. So to give a summary of this particular hypothesis, and this is by all accounts the police's main working hypothesis at this time, I don't believe personally that she entered the water by the bench area. If she has entered the water at some stage voluntarily, it has been done a lot further downstream. What is it that gives me that impression? Firstly, the bench area has been searched extensively from day one, yet no sign of any clothing, no sign of Nicola has been discovered by those divers. Secondly, the dog Willow is dry. The dog is absolutely bone dry when discovered by passers-by, and that dog was moving at the time from the bench area back to the gate, the bench to the gate, the bench to the stile, that sort of location. Could that tell us that Nicola at some stage did leave that area and the dog was waiting for her to come back? It didn't particularly want to struggle through the fence, it was just waiting there. Bearing in mind, there's only about 10 or 13 minutes which elapse between Nicola's disappearance and the discovery of Willow the dog. Point number 3. I actually believe that the police were wrong in that they came out very early on and said that we don't believe that Nicola Bulley has left the Riverside area. That was wrong of them to say that, in my opinion. They were basing that on the fact that there were no dog walkers that saw her with their own eyes leaving down onto Blackpool Lane. I've also been told, or I've also heard since these reports from the police, that this was a very cold day. January 27th, the morning of January the 27th, the day that Nicola Bulley went missing, was a cold morning, and there were actually fewer dog walkers out than usual for that time of day. So you can't discount the possibility that Nicola entered and exited back through that gate towards Blackpool Lane and then continued on further downstream along the river path, along the walking network. It's important that I stress that this is just a normal walking route. This is not a random open field that leads to nowhere. This continues the river path. You can follow this path along the River Wyre a lot further downstream, completely and utterly undetected. Also worth remembering, no dashcam footage at this point in time has captured Nicola's walk, not starting the walk or not ending the walk. And how can you explain that? The only way that I can explain that, if she has indeed left the area, is that she simply crossed Blackpool Lane straight across the other gate directly in front of her and continued on following the River Wyre downstream. Now I know that some people are going to be absolutely adamant that she didn't enter the water. There's no way that she could have entered that water and not have been found at this point in time. And what I want you to do is I just want you to rewind about a week from now. Let's just go back a week. During that time period, we really had one of three ideas as to what happened with Nicola Bulley. Either this was a tragic accident, in which case, yes, you would believe that it most likely took place towards the bench area, around the bench area, a tragic accident in that she fell into the water. Secondly, she'd been abducted, or thirdly, that she had left, via her own accord. She decided to up sticks and leave. But now, with the recent revelations, there could have been an element of intent here. This was a vulnerable individual who may have intended to enter the water. For me, that does change things slightly, in that I don't believe that we're just looking at the bench area as a potential area where Nicola could have entered the water. This is someone who may have wanted to leave the dog behind, may have wished to seek a quieter area, away from prying eyes, away from dog walkers, and we know that that was easily accessible by just crossing over Blackpool Lane. So to me, there is a possibility here, however small that may be, that Nicola Bulley continued to walk further downstream before actually entering the water. I think that everybody has to be open to that possibility. However, in terms of this particular hypothesis in this being an intentional act, I do have some issues with that, and I'm going to explain them now. Nicola Bulley appeared to be very present in her own life. What do I mean by that? She had already pre-planned a spa weekend away with a family member. She had already, just moments before apparently deciding to walk into the water on her own accord, sent a text message to a friend arranging a play date with her children. She had also attended a works Teams call. And as people have quite flippantly said in the comment section, but quite rightly so, would you spend your last moments on earth talking about mortgages or listening into a works call regarding mortgage advising? Is that what you would do? It doesn't appear that Nicola Bulley was in a very solitary mood, shall we say. She was engaging. She was speaking to other dog walkers. She was described as laughing and joking whilst dropping her children off at school just an hour before her disappearance. So how do we explain the fact that she appears to be forward thinking? She appears to be not just living in the present, but making plans for the future. I just can't believe that someone would be setting up these dates in the future. And I'm not talking about the night before this walk. I'm not talking about even the early morning of January the 27th. I'm talking about on this walk itself, sending a text message to a friend, arranging a play date for your children or with your children, emailing your boss, attending that works call, appearing to be present, living in the moment at that particular point in time. Yet we're led to believe that there is a possibility here that just 60 minutes later, 30 minutes later, this individual decides to walk into the River Wyre. This lady may well have had some previous issues, but they were not being displayed, I don't believe, on the morning of January the 27th. Which then leads us back to this idea that maybe she entered the water by an accident. But again, that would suggest that happened near the bench area. Why would her items be found near the bench area if an accident occurred in any other point during that walk? That wouldn't make any sense. And if it was indeed an accident, she wouldn't be jumping into the middle of the river. She would have fallen into 2 feet deep of water and would have most likely have been able to get herself out. So again, there are a lot of reasons to believe that Nicola Bulley never entered the River Wyre. The second hypothesis that I wish to discuss in this video is that Nicola Bulley left voluntarily, that she wanted to leave her life behind her for whatever reason, maybe a personal struggle, or she simply just needed to get away. What are the aspects of this case that lend that to being a possibility? Firstly, I would say that there was something a little bit different about January the 27th. Her partner Paul usually describes the mornings as pretty chaotic. There's a lot of rushing about, a lot of running around after the children. But on the morning that she disappeared, he described things as being a lot calmer, a lot more organised, particularly where Nicola was concerned. He said that she went upstairs to get ready, the food was made or the breakfast was made for the children, and things were a lot more in order, a lot more organised on that morning. Also, combine that with how Nicola was behaving during that morning, laughing and joking, again in the playground or when she parked up her car, speaking to parents, continuing on with her work call, keeping up appearances maybe that everything's normal, doing her normal routine, emails, text messages, attending work calls. Her own personal possessions could have then been placed on the bench and the surrounding area to give the impression that a tragic accident had taken place, when realistically she could have slipped through the gate towards Blackpool Lane completely and utterly undetected and continued on further downstream. It's really interesting when you look at that area at just how many exits someone could have used if they wished to get away unseen. We know that there's no dash cam footage of Nicola on her walk or leaving that walk. There's no CCTV covering the route that she would normally take. And everything in this case is based upon eyewitness testimony. There is no CCTV footage of Nicola at all during the morning of January the 27th. So initially it would be fairly easy to get away, to leave the area completely unseen. Also remember that the search for Nicola didn't just get formulated within a few minutes of her disappearing, of her walking through that gate. She could have been quite a long way away before authorities were even alerted to her disappearance, let alone by the time a helicopter is put into the air and the search team organised. For me personally, however, what I believe actually counts against this hypothesis is the amount of time which has elapsed since her disappearance. You would have thought that this would have required some kind of third-party involvement here. Maybe someone who drove her away or picked her up from somewhere or housed her for a length of time. And you would have thought that as we're now entering into the 4th week of her disappearance, it's 3 weeks last Friday that she disappeared. As we're now entering into the 4th week of her disappearance, you would have thought that someone would have cracked during this time period. The amount of media attention that this case has garnered, the amount of speculation online, the amount of press conferences and appeals for Nicola, her family appealing for her safe return, you would have thought that this individual would have cracked by now, particularly the third party. Not so much Nicola herself, but maybe someone who was assisting her would have come forward and said, look, I helped with this is where she is, and that was the end of it. But we haven't had that, have we? We haven't heard anything. We haven't heard of any sightings. We haven't heard of anyone being involved in helping her leave the area. And we most certainly haven't heard from Nicola Bulley herself. So I think as time goes on, this does start to become a little bit more improbable. But, and I say that again, but this has happened before. There have been cases of individuals who have seemingly vanished only to turn up years later. So let's now take a look at the third potential hypothesis here, that Nicola was abducted or attacked. What I want to focus on initially is again the scene, the bench, the phone, the harness, the dog, the location of where all of that has taken place, and how that fits into Nicola's normal routine and her normal walk in that area. Now we know from Nicola's past walks, she would always enter and exit back onto Blackpool Lane, she would use the towpath, and the walk would usually start on the lower field, the dog would be taken off of its harness, the dog would be running free, she would go along the lower field, the upper field, and then loop back towards the bench area, and that is where the harness would be put back on. And this is really important to remember. Nicola Bulley is on a works call, possibly distracted at the time. Could it be that she gets to the bench area, as she did on countless occasions? She puts the phone on the bench, she's trying to get the harness on Willow, maybe she's bending over distracted, or even distracted by the work call that she's on, and something during that split moment in time has happened to her. Either she's been taken away or maybe pushed into the river, or something at that point in time whilst distracted has happened to Nicola Bulley. I believe the area in which these items were discovered could be a key piece in the puzzle in trying to decipher exactly what may have taken place in Nicola Bulley's disappearance. The reason that I say that is because it's not as if we found this harness and phone in the upper field or the lower field during a lull in her walk. This specific area is when activity takes place. During all of her previous walks that Paul or Nicola has taken this dog on, they stop at the bench area and it's now time to put the harness on the dog. It's one of the only points during her walk where you could say, actually, she may have been a little bit distracted at this point. She may have been a bit distracted, she's on the works call, and now she's got to get the harness on the dog. We have the phone found on the bench, and we have the harness between the bench and the bank. So that could suggest that this was a time when Nicola would be a little bit more unaware of her surroundings. I think what's also worth mentioning is that Nicola used an app called Strava. Now, for anyone who doesn't know what that is, basically it's an app that tracks your walks. It tells you where you walk, but it's also accessible to the public. So if anyone wished to track where she would normally walk her dog, what days of the week she would walk that dog, what patterns of route that she would take, that is accessible by the public. So theoretically speaking, someone could have tracked her normal walking route and they would have realised very early on, just like we have, that Nicola always starts and ends the walk at a specific place. Right by the bench, back onto the towpath, back out onto Blackpool Lane. The same entry point, the same exit point on every single walk in the past. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility that someone could have tracked her movements or her prior routes from previous walks. That is a possibility. However, just like the other hypotheses that we have covered in this video, there is nothing evidentially speaking to back up any one of these potential theories. We have nothing in terms of evidence to suggest that Nicola Bulley fell into the River Wyre. We don't have anything in terms of her leaving and starting a new life somewhere else. And we don't have anything to suggest, evidentially speaking, that she's been abducted or attacked. We have no eyewitness accounts of hearing a woman scream or someone being led away from the scene or a car screeching away and speeding away from Blackpool Lane. We have none of that as far as we're concerned at this present time. Is this the data that gives us some indication as to why the body of Nicola Bulley was discovered on the 19th of February? So firstly, and in my opinion most importantly, let's take a look at some data concerning the River Wyre in the St Michael's on Wyre area on the days leading up to and the day that the body was discovered. And here we can see on the 18th, which is the day before the body was discovered next to the riverbank, quite a big shift in the river level. It has risen up to a peak and dropped very quickly. This also appears to be one of the highest, if not the highest point that the river has reached since Nicola Bulley went missing. Now, when we combine that data with where the body was actually recovered from, as in the side of the riverbank close to a lot of thick vegetation, a fallen tree I believe is sticking out or submerged in the water with a lot of branches sticking out, and obviously the reeds that surround the area, and when we combine that with this sharp rise and fall in the river level, it could give us a very simple explanation as to why it has taken 23 days for this body to be recovered. Now, why I say that is because this sharp rise and fall in the river level does not appear to be a common occurrence. It's not as if it's happening every 24 hours or every 2 or 3 days. This appears to be one of the highest points that it's reached since this woman went missing. Now, this is by no means meant to be a definitive answer as to why Nicola Bulley was discovered on the 19th of February. But at this point in time, I'm seeing a lot of talk about, third-party involvement. Is there foul play taking place here? Was her body put back into the river? And, really when you're coming up with those ideas, you also have to sort of backward rationalise your thinking in some way. It's very easy to get carried away with what you see on the face of things, rather than actually taking a look at the scene and what that can tell us. Has anything changed in the days leading up to this discovery in terms of the river, the very place where Nicola Bulley's body was found? Has anything changed with that specific location? And you can see here, there is a remarkable change just the day before this body is discovered. Also combine that with the rise in temperature, and you do have a natural occurrence here which could tell us why the body resurfaced on the 19th. It's also important that I mention that at this point in time I am keeping an open mind in terms of what has transpired here with the case of Nicola Bulley. It's not the case that I'm just coming out with this video to discredit people who, believe that something has taken place here, that some foul play is involved. I'm not here to discredit anybody. What I'm here to do is just to try and provide a sensible platform of discussion and explain how it could be possible in terms of natural occurrences. This isn't about telling people that they're stupid for thinking that something has taken place here, because at the end of the day, we do not know. At this point in time, there's no toxicology report, there's no autopsy which has taken place, it's in the hands of the coroner at the present time, and really we need to wait for the results of those tests. Now, I've received a fair few comments in the comment section to my videos regarding the 2 videos I made before the discovery of the body of Nicola Bulley, where I talked extensively about the area downstream needing to be searched a lot more thoroughly, and I explained some of my reasoning behind that. So I just want to go over that again, just to give you my own thought process on why I believe that particular area was of great importance. Now, when the police arrived on scene, they first arrived there, they see the bench, the harness, the phone, and Willow the dog running between the gate and the bench, backwards and forwards. This dog, at this point in time, by all accounts, was bone dry. Now, during the early stages of this investigation, I think many of us were of the opinion that either this was some kind of tragic accident, or maybe there was some sort of foul play here, like an abduction, or maybe Nicola had just left via her own accord. But with the recent release of some of her more personal details, for me, that changed things dramatically. I always stuck to the idea that the police couldn't be sure that she hadn't left the Riverside area due to the fact that there's no CCTV covering her walk whatsoever, nor the start of her walk on Blackpool Lane, on the towpath, or where she would exit back onto that same lane, Blackpool Lane. It was not covered by any CCTV. But for me personally, with the release of that information, it changed the entire case for me. It now became a fact that this individual may have entered the water voluntarily. So you may not just be looking at a very shallow section of water by the bench where someone may have accidentally fell in and just simply vanished. We were also looking at the possibility here that someone could have entered that water by their own accord, which to me opened up the entirety of the Riverside area, combined with the fact, as I say, that there was no CCTV covering the entry point or exit point. So from there, I decided to take a look or think about how this investigation would have taken place at the earliest stages. Where would they have looked? Clearly, a lot of resources were put directly below the bench area. But then I think they had a decision to make at this point in time. It's either go back upstream, where the last eyewitness account took place, last eyewitness sighting of Nicola Bulley, which took place on the upper field. Do they go from the bench upstream, or do they go from the bench downstream? And I think very early on here, they decided to go from the bench upstream to the last known location, or the last eyewitness sighting of Nicola Bulley. Now, with that in mind, and the fact that Willow the dog was running between the bench and the gate, I then took a closer look at the towpath itself, and it became apparent that if you walk back down the towpath, there's actually a gate across Blackpool Lane which leads you further downstream, which ultimately was where Nicola Bulley's body was discovered. So in my mind, what has taken place here, and this is obviously based on the assumption that this was a deliberate act, which we do not know. We do not know if this was an accident, whether this was intentional. We do not know at this stage. It's important to remember that. But if this was an intentional act, then I believe that Willow the dog was trapped or kept one side of the fence, possibly even distracted for a moment in time. Nicola would have then walked back down the towpath, crossed Blackpool Lane, straight through the gate, and followed the river further downstream. Because I thought to myself, would you really want to be in that situation with your dog by your side? No, you wouldn't. You would not want the dog to either be harmed in some way, maybe jumping in after you, and you would not want that dog to draw unnecessary attention to what is taking place. Also bear in mind that that location further downstream is most likely less frequented with dog walkers. However, as I say, that is just a pure assumption at this point in time. This could have been simply a tragic accident. But the problem that I have with that is the fact that if this was indeed an accident, I still can't work out how that body moved such a distance that it wasn't discovered on the first day. And that is what really confuses me with this case. It's not like this lady was missing for 2 or 3 days and then the divers turn up there and jump in. They were there within a few hours. And everything that we know, statistically speaking, about bodies who enter water, they do not move very far, particularly early on. And the point at which the bench is located, that river or that part of the river is hardly moving at all. It really sort of picks up after the Wyre location. So if indeed it was an accident, I still find that very, very hard to believe based on the fact that her body was found half a mile away. And as I say, without the presence of a toxicology report or a full autopsy or any sort of report from the coroner, it's almost impossible at this point in time to figure out or speculate about exactly what has taken place here. This could have been a tragic accident, as we say. This could have been intentional, or there could be some foul play involved. We do not know at this point in time. But I would say just take a look at what I showed you during the first part of this video, this rise in water level. Could this be the natural occurrence combined with the recent rise in temperature? Could this explain, in terms of a natural occurrence, why that body was discovered just the very next day? It's certainly worthy of consideration. Specialist divers who failed to find Nicola Bulley have been removed from the National Crime Agency expert list. The specialist diver who claimed he'd find Nicola Bulley if she was in the River Wyre has reportedly been removed from the National Crime Agency's expert list. Peter Fording's Specialist Group International, SGI, has assisted in several high-profile investigations and joined the search for the missing mother for 3 days before he sensationally guaranteed she was not in that section of the river. According to the Times newspaper, SGI was this week dropped from an official list of experts recommended to assist in investigations on the Expert Advisors database. An internal review is expected to be carried out and could result in the group being reinstated. A spokesman for the National Crime Agency told the publication, quote, "The NCA does not employ, endorse or accredit experts on our advisor database." The database is subject to continual review, and its purpose is to maintain a list of expertise UK law enforcement can draw upon when required. We proactively seek feedback from customers regarding experts' performance and contribution. The monitoring of performance equally applies to individuals and organisations who become involved in investigations without NCA engagement. Mr. Fording, 60, scoured the River Wyre for 3 days after she vanished on January the 27th. After her body was tragically located in nearby reeds, he said his high-tech £55,000 sonar can only scan in the water and cannot travel through reeds. At the time, he said, quote, "The SGI underwater search team was tasked with searching the river upstream of the Wyre in the non-tidal part of the river, past a bench where Nicola's phone was found and a mile upstream past this point. For 3 days, using high-frequency side-scan sonar, we thoroughly searched the riverbed and can categorically confirm that Nicola was not laying on the riverbed on the days that we searched. We did search the stretch of river where Nicola was found for 4 hours on our first day, and then upstream past the Wyre on the subsequent 2 days. The police underwater search teams and land search teams were searching for 3 full weeks and were also unable to find Nicola. Sadly, the discovery was not found in the river, but in the reeds at the side of the river, which was not part of our remit, as the side-scan sonar does not penetrate reeds above or below the water. A riverbank and wade search team would be the only way to search this area, and we were not involved or tasked with that search. The difference between these two search areas has caused a lot of confusion and unfair criticism towards myself and my team at Specialist Group International. My previous comments saying that if Nicola was in the river I would find her still stand. my team and I at SGI did all we could to assist this family with only our best intentions. I am sure I can say this of everyone who has been involved in this difficult search. He has not commented on reports. He has lost his status on the NCA database. Mr. Faulding has worked on high-profile cases before, including the 2011 case of Kate Prout. Right, okay, the first thing I want to touch upon here is a little bit confusing because it discusses where they searched during the earliest stages of approaching the River Wyre and their first days at that particular location. But it mentions there, the SGI underwater search team was tasked with searching the river upstream of the Wyre in the non-tidal part of the river, past the bench where Nicola's phone was found and a mile upstream past this point. So to me, initially that gives me the impression that they are tasked with the bench area upstream. And I guess the reason for that is because the last eyewitness account of seeing Nicola Bulley comes from the upper field direction, so from further upstream than where the bench is actually located. But then in the next paragraph he goes on to state the following: "We did search the stretch of river where Nicola was allegedly found for 4 hours on our first day and then went upstream past the Wyre on the subsequent 2 days." So it's really confusing. On one hand he said we didn't search downstream of the Wyre, we didn't go past the Wyre, we searched from the bench area upstream. But then in the next paragraph, he's mentioning that they did check the area where Nicola's body was found. So that is clearly a lot further downstream than the bench location. Now, before we continue, I do want to make it clear that I completely and utterly respect Peter Faulding's involvement, the fact that he went there with his equipment, with his search team in order to help find Nicola Bulley. But it's little paragraphs like this that I find quite confusing because where they actually searched is incredibly important. And I've expressed this in previous videos. My personal belief is that they focused quite a lot early on in the area from the bench upstream, not the bench past a Wyre location. And that is incredibly important to remember. Now, for me personally, why I believe this is so critical to understand is that now we are faced with a lot of people who quite rightly so have questions. Why was this body found 23 days later? How did they miss this? Why wasn't the body recovered earlier? Has something else taken place here? But what I want to try to get across to the viewers is look at this from the perspective of the police and the search teams at the very earliest stages of this search. They are searching from the bench area upstream, not the bench area past the Wyre. And I think that's really important to remember. Look at what they are faced with when they arrive at the scene. They are faced with a dog that is running free. They've got a phone and a harness located in the vicinity of that bench area. So naturally, they're going to look directly below the bench area. And then they have an eyewitness who actually saw Nicola on the top field. So at this point in time, they have a choice, don't they? Do we start from the bench and go downstream past the Wyre? Or do we start from the bench area and work upstream from her last known location in terms of an eyewitness account? Another point worthy of consideration in terms of the choice to search from the bench area upstream comes in the form of the time which has elapsed between the disappearance and the police divers actually entering the water. Because if they attend this scene, they see these items at the bench, they think to themselves, okay, we're going to search the water directly below the bench incredibly thoroughly. If this has been an accident, she hasn't gone far from this particular location. That's important to remember. If it was indeed an accident, she wouldn't be very far, would she? She wouldn't be very far from that bench location. So then they search that area and she's not there. So they then move to the last point where she was actually seen by an eyewitness, which is upstream. And that's really important, that they search from the bench area upstream and not the bench area past the Wyre. Peter Faulding also came out with a statement a few days after he returned home and the potential vulnerabilities of Nicola Bulley were released out into the public domain. And he made a very relevant point. He said, actually, I could have done with that information because it actually changed my search strategy. And I can see what he means here, because all of us at home were looking at this case with really 3 possibilities here. This was a tragic accident, or maybe she was abducted, or maybe she left by her own accord. Those were the 3 main hypotheses that many people had during the earliest stages of that investigation. The reason that I say that is that when the police released this information out into the public about Nicola Bulley and a welfare visit to her house back in January and maybe some personal struggles that she was facing, this changes the entire case, doesn't it? It changes your complete search strategy. It doesn't become a case of, okay, this could be a tragic accident. She's fallen in by the bench here. We're going to check this area. And maybe we'll go up and check the area where she was last seen. That is what seems to be focused on by the police during the earlier stages. But really, what you are saying is, hang on a minute, this woman may have entered the water by her own choice. Which then means that she could have left the area, doesn't it? I mean, it means that she could have left the dog, she could have left her items there, gone back down the towpath and carried on walking further downstream, which, lo and behold, is actually where her body was discovered. Yet the police were very adamant, weren't they, very early on. We don't believe that Nicola Bulley has left the Riverside location. I mean, what did they actually have to suggest that? They didn't have CCTV. Did they have some sort of note? Did they find some sort of note at home, or was a bottle of medication missing? I don't know. But they were very adamant that she didn't leave the Riverside location. We believe that Nicola Bulley has sadly entered the water. So to summarise this particular section of the video, I find it almost impossible to believe that some kind of accident actually took place by the bench area. Really, for the following reasons. One, it is incredibly shallow where that bench is located. Secondly, police divers were in the water within hours of Nicola Bulley's disappearance. We also know that that part of the river is actually fairly slow moving. Yes, it picks up after the Wyre location, but we're not talking about that, are we? We're talking about just below the bench, if some kind of tragic accident did actually take place. You would imagine, as Peter Fording has said in countless TV interviews, that the body wouldn't move very far. We also know that statistically speaking, if you do some research online about how bodies behave in water, you'll know that that body would not have moved very far during the first few hours, if not the first few days. So it's very hard to comprehend that some kind of accident actually transpired directly below that bench area. So that leaves us with two other possibilities. Either Nicola Bulley left the location and entered further downstream, or something else happened to Nicola Bulley and the body was put back into the river. Now, my personal opinion is that Nicola Bulley entered the water at some stage further down the river path. That's my own personal belief. Obviously, at this stage, without the presence of the autopsy and the toxicology reports, all possibilities at this point in time still remain open. So just bear that in mind. That's my own personal belief, that Nicola Bulley entered the water somewhere further down the river path. I can understand why her body is located where it is and where it was found where it was, but what I'm struggling with is how the body was missed the entire time. Bearing in mind that the police actually thought or even suggested that she may have gone all the way out to sea, which is quite a considerable distance from where that body is actually discovered. So you have to believe that at some stage this particular area would have been searched incredibly thoroughly. Not just this area, but the area from the Wyre back downstream to where her body was ultimately discovered. I think for a lot of people, this case revolves around the bench area and Nicola falling in at that particular spot, or some third-party involvement here. And I think we need to be open to the possibility that Nicola has simply left this location. For me, that explains why the body is located where it is. No, it doesn't explain why the body wasn't found, but it does at least explain to me why it is found in that particular location. I've also heard quite a lot of discussion online about this particular towpath and, well, surely if she exited back downstream, surely she would have been seen by other dog walkers. I think we need to also remember that this was a very cold January morning, and it was also widely reported that there are fewer dog walkers out in that particular area than was normal. We also know that that particular area is not covered by CCTV. We also know that the police continually asked for dashcam footage from the wrong road. They were looking for dashcam footage on Garstang Road and not Blackpool Lane. For me personally, the biggest mystery in all of this is why the body was not discovered sooner. The only way that I can rationalise it is, as I explained in a previous video, the fact that the river did rise, it did peak and then drop suddenly just the day before, on the 18th of February, the day before her body was discovered. And combined with the location itself, the fact that there's thick vegetation, reeds, there's an overhanging tree with branches sticking out of the water, the only way that I can piece this together in terms of it being a natural occurrence is that this body was somehow entrapped under the water for a length of time, and this sharp rise and fall in the river level has actually made the body float to the surface. Also combine that with the recent change in weather temperature. The temperatures had risen in the days leading up to that discovery, but that's really the only way that I can rationalise it in my mind in terms of it being found in that particular location. There are still so many questions regarding the disappearance of Nicola Bulley. At Miss Bulley's inquest opener, Preston Coroner's Court was told Surgeon Andrew Ian Edwards had examined her dental records which had been obtained by police from her dental surgery. Senior Coroner Dr James Aidley said, quote, "He examined a body that was located in the River Wyre near Rawcliffe Road in St Michael's on Wyre at 2:15 p.m. on February 20th. Dr Aidley said the surgeon found restorative work carried out was identical. He added, quote, "I am satisfied on the balance of probabilities and more that positive identification has been made." The hearing, which lasted about 5 minutes, was not attended by Miss Bulley's partner Paul Ansell or any other family member. Dr Aidley said, quote, "The family have been informed of the date, time and place of the opening of the inquest and have chosen not to attend for reasons I can quite understand." He said the remaining evidence gathered by police and the post-mortem examination require, quote, "further evaluation, and a full inquest is likely to be held in June once availability of a Home Office pathologist had been checked." This will allow time to collate the facts of the case and allow the experts involved to finalise the findings from investigations that still need to be undertaken, the coroner said. Let's now take a look at a recent newspaper article from The Independent, where a professor who studies rivers and also a member of a local angling club gives some of their insights into why the body may have remained undiscovered for 23 days. 3 reasons why it may have taken so long to find Nicola Bulley's body. Body of missing mother of 2 was discovered in a stretch of river already searched by police. Missing mother Nicola Bulley was finally found on Sunday, around a mile away from where she was last seen on the river in St Michael's on Wyre in Lancashire. Miss Bulley had disappeared on the 27th of January while walking her dog after dropping her children off at school earlier that morning. Police said 2 walkers, who used a path well trodden by officers, found her and the body was formally identified the following day. She was found in an area of the river that had already been searched by rescue teams, leading to questions as to how she went undiscovered for more than 3 weeks. Peter Fording, the head of Specialist Group International, said he was, quote, 100% sure Miss Bulley was not in the river after his team searched it during the 2nd week of her disappearance. Experts have said there are a number of reasons why Miss Bulley might not have been found sooner. Although the area where she was found is just within the tidal section, I doubt she moved up and down the river very far, a professor who studies rivers told The Telegraph. The professor, who did not want to be named, said he believed Miss Bulley was most likely in the same spot throughout the search operation. It is not yet clear how long Miss Bulley had been in the water when she was found. Her death has been referred to the coroner. The professor added, "It is around 5 miles from where she was found until the estuary of the river. It is extremely unlikely that she could have been right down in the estuary and then brought back up by the tidal flow. It's really hard to be dogmatic, but I would suspect that the search teams, just missed it." A second theory is that Miss Bulley's body gradually moved down the river and the search teams were unable to find it because of the muddy and unclear water. Earlier this month, the secretary of an angling society that manages a stretch of the river downstream from St Michael's suggested Miss Bulley's body could have become snagged or stuck behind an object on the river bed. Around that stretch, there are sandbanks, overhanging trees and quite a lot of vegetation, said the person who did not want to be named. The bank is also quite undercut in places. Anything that ends up in the river around there tends to hang around because unless there's a major weather event, there's not enough flow to wash it out to sea. A third theory is that Miss Bulley's body was swept down into the estuary and moved back upstream as the tide came back in. But experts told the Telegraph this was unlikely because the distance to the estuary was too great and the chance of the body being seen much higher, suggesting Miss Bulley's body was likely in the same place where it was found and searched by police. Okay, so let's go back to that first paragraph there and discuss it in a bit more detail. It states the following. Although the area where she was found is just within the tidal section, I doubt she moved up and down the river very far. So really, what is being claimed here is that the body where it was discovered is where it's always been. It's maybe moved a little bit backwards and forwards, but it hasn't moved particularly far. And I think a lot of people, including myself, are going to question that. This wasn't just a case of 4 men and a dog that were looking for this woman. This was an extensive search, particularly in, say, the first 2 weeks of this missing person inquiry. This was an extensive search. You had police divers, police dogs, you had side scan sonar, you had overhead drones, underwater drones, you had police that were tasked with just searching the riverbank area, backwards and forwards every couple of hours. Yet this body was there the entire time? Does that make any sense? I am starting to question this actually, because to me, if it's been there the entire time, why has it not been discovered? It even mentions there about the riverbed, yet we know that Peter Fording and most likely the police have actually searched right down to the riverbed in that specific area. Yet at the time when these searches were taking place, no sign of Nicola Bulley was found. Now, let's just tackle that part regarding the riverbed where it states the following. Earlier this month, the secretary of an angling society that manages a stretch of the river downstream from St Michael's suggested Miss Bulley's body could have become snagged or stuck behind an object on the river bed. Again, that doesn't seem to make any sense to me because we had Peter Fording who turned up there and he said he'd searched the riverbed extensively. The riverbed was searched thoroughly. Not talking about the reeds, not talking about the tree line or on the bushes or the riverbank, anything like that. The riverbed. So I don't see how she could have become snagged or stuck behind an object on the riverbed itself. Yes, I could understand this if this was maybe 4 or 5 miles away from her last known location, but what, a mile away? I don't quite understand that, particularly if they're discussing there the possibility that the body was actually on the riverbed itself. Yes, tangled in reeds. Yes, snagged up to some kind of tree. I could kind of understand that. I mean, realistically, the only way that I can rationalise this in my mind is where it mentions the changing weather. Let's just find that piece. It's just a little bit further down. It states the following there. The bank is also quite undercut in places. Anything that ends up in the river around there tends to hang around there because unless there's a major weather event, there's not enough flow to wash it out to sea. But again, that first part of that paragraph is incredibly important there. The bank is also quite undercut in places. Anything that ends up in the river around there tends to hang around because unless there's a major weather event, there's not enough flow to wash it out to sea. So it's hard to believe that this body has somehow travelled down from the bench and got stuck in that particular location. To me, it's either been there the entire time, which is looking a little bit suspicious, a little bit unlikely, I would say. And really, the only way that they can, I guess, explain this is by a weather event. Now, yes, logically, the only way that I can explain this is the recent weather just before they found the body, where there was some kind of storm in the 48 hours or 24 hours leading up to the discovery of the body. That's the only way that I can rationalise this body being discovered 23 days later, considering where the body is found. Now, let's quickly take a look at the following. I've shown this in previous videos. This is the river level, and you can see here that the day before the body is discovered, on the 18th, there was a big rise in the river level. Now, I believe this was down to some kind of storm which took place just before the body was discovered. But again, it's not just the case we've had this rise in the river levels. It's also the fact that this body, by all accounts, has been in the same place pretty much for the past 23 days. That's the part that I find difficult to understand. Not so much that, okay, we've had a bit of a change in the temperature concerning the weather, so naturally that's going to have an effect on the body. Also combined with the fact that we have this rise in the river level, which appears to be the highest point that it's reached since her disappearance. Yes, I can understand all of that. But what I can't understand is why the body has been missed for 23 days. How do we explain that? I think I've got it okay in my mind in terms of how the body has resurfaced. I think that that's fairly logical. That is possible that it has resurfaced due to the weather conditions leading up to when that body was actually recovered. I can understand that. But how has the body been missed if it's been there for the past 23 days? Now, as many people will know who watch my videos, I try to look at things from as many different angles as possible. I'm not really one to stick with a particular idea and try and ram it home to you and convince you of X, Y, and Z, and this is why that happened and everyone else is wrong. That's not really how I create my videos. But there is something I want to discuss with you. And that's really that I just cannot see. I cannot see any way in which this was some kind of tragic accident. I cannot see how Nicola Bulley could have had some kind of medical episode by the bench area and not have been found on that first day. And that's critical because the river just below the bench, we know that that hardly moves. It's hardly flowing. It's almost like a mill pond in that specific location. The river is incredibly shallow at the edge towards the bank. So if she had some kind of medical episode and just fell in, even if she did pass away at that spot, the body wouldn't have moved far enough. It could never have reached the Wyre. So I don't know how it's then ended up a mile downstream and not being found by police divers. So it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense for Nicola Bulley to enter the river by the bench area in terms of a tragic accident. We also need to remember that police divers were in that water within hours. We're not talking about days here. We're not talking about weeks. They were in that specific spot within hours. Surely, if this was some kind of accident and she had fallen in at that spot, or even close to the bench area, let's just say in the vicinity of the bench area, she would have been found on day one. So I think that we can safely discredit or discount the possibility here that this was just some kind of tragic accident, which then leaves us, doesn't it, with two other possibilities. Either this individual entered the water voluntarily, or there is some kind of third-party involvement here. Now, this case, for me personally, has always had a very, very strange feeling to it. And I can't say that about any other case that I've covered thus far on the channel, not the Essex Boys murders or the Idaho 4 or the Delphi murders. Nothing has had this sort of odd and strange feeling, particularly where the police are concerned. Now, I've had a lot of comments in the comment section saying you're negative towards the police and how dare you question what they say and question their tactics and you know nothing and blah, blah, blah. I want to make it perfectly clear right now that I don't have any ill feeling towards the police or any negativity towards the police whatsoever. I was critical, and to be honest, rightly so, by the fact that continuously, constantly, during this investigation, they were seeking dashcam footage from the wrong road.
So in terms of the actual timeline, Nicola Bulley dropped her children off at school at about 8:40 on Friday the 27th of January. That was normal, and she then proceeded, after chatting to a couple of people in the school yard, walked up Garstang Road and onto the river. Also ascertained the time of the witness passing down that road and checked the CCTV at the Grapes pub, which covers that end of Garstang Road. And we can't...
Now, to me, that's fairly important. When you identify 700 drivers that you have sent letters to saying, hello there, we believe that you were travelling on Garstang Road during the morning that Nicola Bulley went missing. If you've got dashcam footage, please send it in. It's quite important when you give out the wrong road. Not just once, not just twice, but on multiple occasions, you seek dashcam footage from the incorrect road. Was it any wonder that when they did this press conference, the most recent one, they said, oh, yes, the dashcam footage, yes. Well, we have been looking at that and we can't find Nicola Bulley on any of the dashcam footage that we've looked at so far, but we are still checking.
So from the Iron Bridge, to the school, if you will, there is nothing there, which is why it's so important for the dashcam, because even though they're going to be tiny bite sizes of information, they're not going to be as good as being able to view CCTV. We need to be able to piece together as much of that portion of the road as we can.
And of those 700 cars, how many have been spoken to, or what percentage have been spoken to?
I can't give you exact figures on that because obviously there will have been more today that have come in, but a substantial amount.
Are there any particular cars that we're looking for that you can appeal for?
No. They've all had individual letters to the cars that we know have gone past in the area, not that particular, but in the area. And we've asked for positive responses only, and any dash cam that's come back in, which there has been an amount of, we have reviewed. Some of it doesn't show anything, some is still being reviewed. But at the minute, there is absolutely no sightings of Nicola on there.
Is it any wonder that she wasn't on the dashcam footage when you've been looking in the wrong location for the entire time? You've been seeking dashcam footage on Garstang Road when you actually needed it from Blackpool Lane. So yes, I was critical. I was trying to get them to correct this very simple but critically important error. What I also found strange was the way in which they seemed to almost oversell what they actually did have. Oh, we've got this, we've got a lot of CCTV coverage. We've been very lucky. I'll play this clip for you in a minute, but I'm just going to do my own, interpretation. We've been very lucky during this investigation because we've got CCTV coverage at Rowan Water. We've got CCTV coverage at the Grapes pub, which we've just checked 2 weeks after she went missing. We've got a lot of CCTV coverage from areas that she's never been seen on before or walked on in the past. But I mean, yes, we've been, so lucky that we've got this information combined with our incredible eyewitness accounts that we also have. We've been able to piece together Nicola Bulley's walk. Actually, let's be honest here. The police had absolutely nothing. And I worked that out probably around 12 days, or maybe just in the first week of the disappearance. It became evident to me that the police weren't being very truthful and very transparent in terms of what they did have, evidentially speaking.
Just moving on to CCTV, like I've said, we are really fortunate in this inquiry that we've been able to narrow down a lot of the witnesses in the area's movements and to some extent Nicola's. But we can't complete that totally. The area at the top of the field, Rowan Water, has CCTV that covers the gate that enters the field and the front of the site. That is working. The site managers have been cooperating with us and so supportive of this investigation at every stage. And we can say that Nicola has not entered that area or left. We can also say that nobody that we haven't traced and spoken to and discounted has left or entered Rowan Water. The second point on CCTV is Allotment Lane. Again, we've been really, really fortunate, despite it being such a rural area, that we've got numerous sites of CCTV on that road. And that is why we can be confident that Nicola has not gone down that road. Unfortunately, the main entrance and exit to the fields is via the river path, as we refer to it. And that river path goes back to Garstang Road. You can fork off slightly, which takes you at the back of the Grapes pub, which would bring you back onto the main road. But again, that is covered by CCTV, and we know she hasn't left via that entrance. So talking about the river path, this has always been, and we've made this really clear in previous briefings and bulletins, that this has been our focus. And to do this, because of the lack of CCTV on the main road, we've had to appeal numerous times for motorists and cyclists in the area to send us through any potential clips of dashcam.
It became apparent to me that actually they had no CCTV. They couldn't see Nicola Bulley on her walk at all. She left the school and that was it. They had no CCTV covering the entrance or exit to her walk, yet they then came out in press conferences and constantly said, "We don't believe that Nicola Bulley has left the Riverside area." Well, actually, if this wasn't an accident, which I don't believe it was, then clearly she did leave the Riverside area and crossed back down the towpath, and followed the river further downstream. So she did actually leave that Riverside location, in my personal opinion. I mean, for the first few days of this investigation, I was fully on the police side here. I thought, okay, yeah, most likely she's fallen into the river. This is some kind of accident. They've got, a lot of CCTV coverage here. They've talked about what they've got and it all seems to make sense. There's also eyewitnesses here. But when you strip it all back and you look at it as it is, and you don't try and sugarcoat it, it does seem a little bit odd. And I have to say that because I cannot see for the life of me why these individuals, as in the police, would come out with these big, bold statements and sort of overstate what they have instead of just being completely honest. I mean, not once did they say, by the way, we don't have Nicola Bulley on her walk. Have you ever heard that? Have you ever heard that they don't have Nicola Bulley on CCTV anywhere? No, because they haven't mentioned that. They've mentioned that they've got CCTV at Rowan Water, an exit which she's never used in the past, according to her Strava routes. Strava is an app for anyone who doesn't know, which tracks your walk, so we can see where Nicola has walked in that location in the past. So we've got CCTV at Rowan Water, where she's never exited on her previous walks. We've also got CCTV at Allotment Lane, which is through the caravan park. I mean, of course, Nicola's going to be seen walking through the caravan park for no reason whatsoever. And then we've also got CCTV coverage, which, interestingly, as I said earlier, was only requested 2 weeks after she went missing. But in any case, she would not be exiting and turning right, as her car was parked to the left, back over the other side of the River Wyre. So it does make people naturally a little bit suspicious. And I didn't even pick up on this because I was fully bought into the idea that the police have got all this area covered. There's CCTV here, there's a few blind spots here, there and everywhere, but that's okay, they've got this area covered. When I actually took it upon myself to look at what they have and what they don't have, it then became apparent to me, hang on a minute here, this actually isn't right. They're not being completely transparent. Realistically, they don't have anything. They don't have Nicola Bulley on her walk at all, which then makes people question, how can you be so certain that she hasn't left the Riverside area? I mean, none of this investigation makes any sense. I mean, the body was found by someone who was clutching a bloody magic 8-ball, wasn't it? Or something, or a crystal ball, a psychic. I mean, the police didn't find the body. It was down to a medium of some description. None of this case makes any sense at this present time. I mean, obviously, clearly, we have to wait for the autopsy results, the toxicology results, but this case has been bizarre from day one. One question that I do have regarding this investigation is, did police actually put too much focus on the actual Garstang Road? The reason that I say that is because, do you not find it a little bit odd that it took police 2 weeks to seek CCTV footage from the Grapes pub, just down the road from where Nicola would enter her walk on Blackpool Lane? And in every press conference, we need dashcam footage from Garstang Road, Garstang Road, Garstang Road, anyone travelling on Garstang Road. She dropped her kids off at school and then walked along Garstang Road, which was completely and utterly incorrect. It was Blackpool Lane. I do wonder, why did it take police 2 weeks to seek that CCTV footage? Because if Nicola had left the towpath and she had turned right, then yes, she would have gone past the Grapes pub. Surely that would have been one of the first places that you seek information, that you knock on their door and say, have you seen this individual? Have you got CCTV coverage covering both sides of the pavement here? Which they did have. Yet it took them 2 weeks to actually seek that information. Now, why is that? Very strange, very odd case. So in summary, there are so many questions still unanswered at this point in time concerning the death of Nicola Bulley, at least in my own opinion. Could she have left the Riverside area? Is that possible? Is that plausible that she's left via the towpath back onto Blackpool Lane and continued following the river further downstream, ultimately to where her body was later discovered? Could that body have been there for 23 days undetected? Is that also feasible, with all of the search efforts that were focused on that area during the first 2-week period of her disappearance? So anyway, these are my current thoughts as it stands concerning the case of Nicola Bulley. And as I mentioned earlier on in this video, the only way, literally the only way that I can rationalise this as some kind of natural occurrence in terms of the body being discovered where it was, is if this relates to the recent storm that transpired just before the body resurfaced. Is that a possibility? The rise in that river level, the rise and fall of the River Wyre just the day before the body was discovered, Is that the pivotal key in why the body was discovered on the day it was, on the 19th? Does that make any sense? According to police, her mobile phone was found on a bench near to where she was last seen. Her dog, Springer Spaniel Willow, was found loose between the river and bench. Kev said the team was contacted at around midday on Friday, and he was at the search site within an hour. They didn't leave until 8 p.m. that night. He said, quote, "We probably searched a mile north upstream, and then we probably searched 3 miles downstream. We covered quite a bit." Let's now take a look at another article which describes in some more detail the extensive search efforts which transpired during the first 48 hours of Nicola Bulley's disappearance. It states the following here. A major search operation has been launched after a woman vanished while walking her dog along a river path. Nicola Bulley, 45, was last seen on Friday morning at 9:15 a.m. on a footpath in the town of Wyre, Lancashire. Extensive searches for her have been taking place over the weekend. Police dive teams, fire service drones, search dogs, helicopters and mountain service rescue volunteers have all been deployed to the area. Police say they are keeping an open mind about where Miss Bulley may be, and a team of detectives are also investigating the circumstances surrounding her disappearance and following a number of lines of inquiry. They are also supporting Miss Bulley's family and remain in close contact with them. Bowland Pennine Mountain Rescue Team said 25 volunteers contributed to the search over an 8-hour period on Saturday. So that's important to remember here, an 8-hour period. 25 volunteers from Mountain Rescue were there just the day after Nicola Bulley disappeared. Let's just continue here. They were joined by North West Ambulance Service, Lancashire Police, the Police Dive Team, Lancashire Fire and Rescue, National Police Air Service Helicopter, a LFRS search dog and an LFRS drone. Miss Bulley, who is described as white, 5'3" tall with light brown shoulder-length hair, was last seen walking her dog before going missing. The dog has since been found close to where it is believed Miss Bulley was last seen. Okay, let's just cut in here very briefly. So, interestingly, during that last sentence that I read out to you, the dog has since been found close to where it is believed Miss Bulley was last seen. Now, as I covered extensively in yesterday's video, for the first 7 or 8 days of the search for Nicola Bulley, it was widely reported that she was last seen by an eyewitness in the area of the towpath or footpath location, not the upper field. This changes drastically from February the 3rd onwards, but for the first 6 or 7 days of this search, Nicola Bulley was widely believed to have been seen in the location of the towpath. And this is backed up and, I guess, echoed in some way in this newspaper article here. The dog has since been found close to where it is believed Miss Bulley was last seen, but we know that that changes, as I've said, from February the 3rd onwards. It then moves to Nicola Bulley last being seen by a man with a white dog, a gentleman who is around 70 years old, and it was around 9:10 a.m. approximately that they believe that this eyewitness account actually took place. But to summarise these first 2 articles, I believe it's really important to try and establish what searches took place during the earliest stages of this investigation. It's okay to have theories and speculate and look at possibilities and different ideas of what could have happened to Nicola Bulley, but we really need to establish what took place during the first 48-hour period and how that relates to where the items are discovered on the bench and what that location can tell us. Now, we know that the bench location is close to the river. We know that the edge of that river is incredibly shallow. But what is also important to take a look at here is the area after the weir, because a lot of people will say, well, maybe, just maybe, she entered the water by the bench and she managed to make it to the weir location. Obviously, it gets a little bit deeper there. Maybe that is how her body has been missed. But take a look at the weir location. Just after this point, again, it gets incredibly shallow. Rocks sticking out of the water. There's clearly shallow areas here. I don't believe a body would have passed along this area. I think it would have got stuck on the rocks, potentially. And bearing in mind, we've got people, searchers, divers, helicopters, drones, all involved in the first 48 hours of Nicola Bulley's disappearance. Even on the first night, as I read out to you in that first article, there were a number of people in the water that very same day, not just searching upstream, but searching downstream. 3 miles were covered downstream during the first day of her disappearance. That is incredibly important to remember. One aspect of this case which puzzles me greatly is the fact that I'm trying my hardest to put myself in the position of the searchers for one moment. They have the items by the bench. Let's just try and work out the thought process of what takes place when they get there. They see these items, they've got the dog running between the bench and the gate, they've got a harness, they have Nicola Bulley's phone, and then they have this stretch of water, they have the river. The last known location at this point in time, according to the police, is on the towpath, not the upper field. Let's remember that. When they get there, when they do their initial inquiries, they believe the last person to see Nicola was on the towpath. The water is incredibly shallow, just below the bench. They have a number of divers who enter the water just a few hours after Nicola Bulley just vanishes. A number of divers enter that water. They search not only upstream but 3 miles downstream. They don't find anything. They don't find a body. They don't find anything. Surely the next line of inquiry would have to be, well, maybe she's left the riverside area. She's been seen on the towpath. That's the last place that she's been seen. We've got an eyewitness here who's walking a Labrador, and he claims that he last saw Nicola on the towpath. Maybe, just maybe, she has left that area. They then realise, hang on a minute, we don't have CCTV either. We've got no CCTV of Nicola on her walk. We've got no CCTV of the entrance from Blackpool Lane. We've got no CCTV of Nicola starting, during or ending her walk. So what do we do here? Do we open ourselves up to the possibility that she has left back down the towpath and possibly crossed the road and followed the river further downstream? But they don't do that, do they? They don't do that at any point in time during this investigation. And that to me is incredibly puzzling. When you get there to the bench, you see the items, the water is incredibly shallow. Surely, even after the first day of searching, it must go off in your mind somewhere that, hang on a minute, she may not have entered the river at this location. We've got a dog here who's running between the bench and the gate, which could suggest that Nicola has somehow left this location. We've got an eyewitness who actually saw Nicola on the towpath. Yet, even during the early stages of this missing person inquiry, the police constantly told the public, we don't believe that Nicola Bulley has left this riverside area. We don't believe that Nicola Bulley has left the riverside location. We believe, sadly, that Nicola Bulley has entered the water. I mean, it isn't really congruent with what they have in front of their own eyes, is it, really, when you look at it? 2 feet deep of water by the bench. I mean, where could she have gone, even in the first few hours, if some tragic accident had befallen Nicola Bulley, and she did fall into the river where her items were located? She would have been found within the first few minutes, probably the first few hours of those police divers being in the water. And even if by some miraculous miracle her body managed to shift from that location and past the weir, it would have then got stuck on the rocks. It becomes shallow again in that location. Yet, time and time again, it was told to the public, she's in the water, we believe she's in the water, she hasn't left the riverside location. And it's really important that we tie this in with yesterday's video, that the first 6 or 7 days of this investigation, they didn't even know about this man on the upper field. They were basing everything on the fact that the last known sighting of Nicola was actually on the towpath itself, not the lower field, not the upper field, not by the bench, but on the towpath. That changed, didn't it? From February the 3rd onwards, it became not so much about the towpath. We don't want to know about the towpath. The towpath is irrelevant. It almost vanishes completely from the timeline. And it all becomes about the upper field, the man with the white fluffy dog. But please bear in mind, during the earliest stages, when these newspaper articles were written, when the police came out into the public seeking information, they believed the last person to see Nicola was actually on the towpath. So how could they have been so certain that she did not leave that location? That's really, really incredibly puzzling to me. So now that we are armed with some of the facts regarding the extensive search operation which transpired during the early stages of the missing person inquiry, I mean, for me personally, the chance of this being some kind of accident by the bench area just seems to be incredibly, incredibly unlikely. And that's probably actually an understatement on my behalf here. I cannot see, for the life of me, how she could have fallen into the river by the bench area or even further upstream and not have been discovered during the first 48-hour period, considering the amount of resources which were put into that river during the first 48 hours. So then, quite naturally, that leaves us, doesn't it, with two other possibilities. Either Nicola Bulley entered the river by her own accord, or there is some kind of third-party involvement here. So with that in mind, firstly, let's take a look at the possibility that Nicola Bulley entered the water voluntarily. Maybe she left the riverside location and entered the water further downstream. Now for this, we're going to take a look back at a newspaper article where an interview with Nicola's own parents was conducted, where they discuss Nicola's mood, her general health, and how she appeared during the last conversation that they had with her. Bearing in mind that this took place just the day before Nicola went missing. Missing Nicola Bulley's parents share last conversation and fears someone has got her. Nicola Bulley has been missing from her home in Inskip, Lancs since Friday morning when she was last seen walking her dog Willow. Her parents exclusively told the Mirror of their last conversation with her. The devastated parents of missing mum Nicola Bulley have described how she was in, quote, good spirits in the last conversation they shared. Fueling their fears, has somebody got her? Speaking to the Mirror as the operation to find Nicola enters a sixth day, Nicola's parents, Ernest, 73, and Dot, 72, vowed we will never stop looking for her. They said the disappearance of the 45-year-old mum from Inskip, Lancashire was totally out of character. Ernest saying she had no health problems and was in good spirits enjoying her job. Recalling their last conversation, he said, quote, her mind was great. We picked the children up the Thursday before she went missing, as we do every Thursday. We took them home. Nicola had a meeting with her boss in Garstang and she said, can you stay a bit later because I have an important client coming in on Zoom. We said no problem and stayed. She had done her work and she was very upbeat about getting her mortgage sorted. I said we better go now and Nicola came to the front door. I gave her a kiss and told her I loved her, and that was the last conversation I had with her. Nicola dropped her young daughters at school and left the car parked up in St Michael's Village and was last seen walking her dog on a footpath along the River Wyre at around 9:20 AM on Friday before she vanished. A major search involving drones, sniffer dogs, specialist divers and a police helicopter has been unable to turn up any more clues, leaving her parents fearing the worst, especially with no evidence of Nicola having fallen into the river. Ernest said, quote, there was no sign of a slip or falling, so our thought was, has somebody got her? I asked a sergeant from Fleetwood a few days ago, is there any chance of her being taken? And she said, I don't think that's the case. I said, how can you know that? It's such an isolated area. The only way that has happened is if it was someone who knew her. While Nicola's family live in hope of her turning up, Ernest confessed their worst fears. We just dread to think we will never see her again. If the worst came to the worst and she was never found, how will we deal with that for the rest of our lives? But Ernest vowed we will never stop looking for her. The couple, who are joint owners of a freight transport company, have split their time between caring for their grandchildren, Nicola's two young daughters, and looking for their own daughter. Okay, so one point worthy of mention here is that the last time that Nicola saw her parents was the evening before her disappearance. It was on the Thursday. So we're not talking about some sort of, lengthy time period where they haven't seen each other, where Nicola hasn't seen her parents, and they're not really sure, what sort of mood she was in. But quite clearly there, she's described as in good spirits, no health concerns, and the disappearance was totally out of character. These are the words of her parents. So that then makes me question the struggles concerning Nicola Bulley, the widely reported issues that she was supposedly facing in the weeks and months leading up to her disappearance. Because it's either one of two things here. Either the parents were not aware of these struggles, or the struggles were not actually as bad as they were widely reported. The reason that I say that is because in another interview that I took a look at just recently, the father was basically saying, look, we speak every day on the phone. We're a very, very close-knit family. We speak to each other every single day on the phone. You know, this is a very close family. They know what each other's up to. They're very close. They spend a lot of time with each other. They talk to each other every single day. So it's one or the other here, isn't it? Do we really believe that the parents were completely in the dark about Nicola's personal struggles? Or could it be that the struggles were not actually as bad as widely reported by the media? Very interesting point to consider. Now, some people may say, well, maybe the family were aware of her struggles in detail, but they were simply being optimistic. But to that I would say, well, why would you go into so much detail? Why would you be using phrases such as, the disappearance is totally out of character. She had no health issues. I mean, I don't even know why that would be relevant. If she did indeed have some, why even mention that? And then say that she was in good spirits. I mean, surely if you were aware of some sort of background issues or background complications in the life of Nicola Bulley, you would say something like, yeah, well, she was fine. The last time I saw her, she was okay. Yeah, she was fine. But they do seem to go into some level of detail here. So to me, I would say that they are most likely unaware of Nicola Bulley's struggles. So then that leads to the question, doesn't it? Who exactly was aware of Nicola Bulley's personal struggles? Clearly, the authorities who visited her house in January, they were aware, and also her partner. But what concerns me greatly about this case is that when this sort of information is released out into the public domain regarding Nicola's state of mind and past potential troubles, shall we say, you know, the issues caused by the menopause, the possible problem with drinking or alcohol, it tarnishes the entire investigation, as far as I'm concerned, particularly from the public's point of view. The perception of an individual can change in the click of a finger. I'll be completely honest and say that I am also guilty of looking at this on the face of things and thinking, well, hang on a minute. Well, maybe, just maybe, Nicola Bulley entered the water voluntarily. Maybe this person was struggling and she just entered the water on her own accord. Maybe this was her own decision here. But do we really know enough about the individual concerned to say that this is a distinct possibility? We've heard from her family who describe her as in good spirits, someone who had no health issues, someone whose disappearance was completely, totally out of character. Someone on the day of her disappearance is messaging a friend or organising a play date for her children just moments before she seemingly vanishes. A lady who, during her very disappearance, is still connected to her work's conference call. A lady who emails her boss just minutes before her disappearance. Someone who appears present in her own life. Present and looking forward to the future. I mean, ultimately, let's be honest with each other here. Let's be frank. Let's be straightforward. Let's cut to the chase for one moment. Not one of us can say for certain what Nicola Bulley's state of mind was on January the 27th. We can only take a look at the information and the evidence which is provided to us. But to buy in too much to the media narrative of this person was struggling, this person had it hard, this person was struggling with alcohol issues, menopause problems, medication issues, whatever. I just think it's a little bit too narrow-minded, particularly when we do not have a cause of death at this point in time concerning Nicola Bulley. So that leaves us, doesn't it, with the third theory, the third option in all of this. And that is the potential of third-party involvement. Now, this particular topic I plan on covering in a lot more detail in future videos, but I'm just going to run through quite a few things that have stuck out to me when looking at the location where Nicola Bulley's body was discovered. But firstly, I think we need to pay attention again to the start of the investigation. The fact that this body, if it has been in the water for 23 days before its discovery, how has that body been missed? Particularly with the fact that on the first day of her disappearance, search teams searched 3 miles downstream. And I truly believe that before we start getting into the realms of speculation and different theories on what may have happened to Nicola Bulley, it's really important, as I stressed early on in this video, to take a look back and work out factually what has taken place concerning the search. What areas have been searched? Could this have been missed? Is that a possibility? But the more and more that I look into this case, the more and more confused I seem to get. How have they missed this body for 23 days? We know that they searched in the right area. They've been searching in the right area since the first few hours of her disappearance. They even went 2 miles past the location where her body was discovered on day 1. Not even the second day, but on the very day she went missing. They went 2 miles past where her body was ultimately discovered. And I think it's important that we're not blind to the facts here. What is actually staring us in our face? The fact that this location where the body was discovered is very close to a road. It's also very close to a lay-by. Now, if you were going to move a body and put a body into the river, let's just say for argument's sake, it's a perfect prime spot, isn't it? We can't be blind to that. I mean, I'm not saying that that's exactly what's happened here, but we can't be blind to the facts of this case, of where the body is discovered and what lays around that location. So it would appear that Lancashire's Police and Crime Commissioner Andrew Snowden has ordered a review of the police investigation into the disappearance of Nicola Bulley. But sadly, it does not end here. Please listen to the following. Lancashire's Police and Crime Commissioner Andrew Snowden has ordered a review of the police investigation. A police boss said it was important to review a force's handling of the Nicola Bulley case to understand how the narrative got so out of control. The disappearance of the mother of 2 sparked a major search operation, but it also attracted dozens of amateur social media sleuths to travel to the area. Lancashire's Police and Crime Commissioner Andrew Snowden has ordered a review of the police investigation. He said he hoped lessons can be learned from the tragic case. Miss Bulley, 45, disappeared while walking her dog by the river in St Michael's on Wyre after dropping off her daughters aged 6 and 9 at school. A major search operation got underway, but it was 23 days before her body was found in the river 1 mile away from where she was last seen. He said, quote, "We are bringing in the College of Policing to look at the case and provide that assurance for the public about how, on a case where the police theory around what had happened had been proven to be correct all the way along, did the narrative go so national and international and out of control? How did the police lose control of that narrative around what was actually happening on the ground? It was lost that we were searching for a missing mother, missing partner, missing sister. That got lost in the narrative of what became almost like a social media pylon in parts around who could be the next best detective to come up with all these different increasing theories. A lot of them had absolutely no base in any reason or fact. The investigation into Miss Bulley's disappearance attracted widespread speculation as well as criticism of the police response. Lancashire Police came under fire after revealing Miss Bulley's struggles with alcohol and perimenopause 3 weeks after she vanished. But Mr. Snowden said the vast majority of people that he had spoken to think the police did a good job against all the difficult circumstances. He said, quote, "I don't feel that this has brought a collapse in confidence of policing. At the end of the day, the police were right all the way along. It was the narrative that was lost, not the actual police investigation." The review by the College of Policing will focus on the investigation and search, communication and public engagement, and the releasing of personal information. He said, quote, "It's important that we do a review and learn lessons not just for Lancashire, but for national policing as well." How do the police maintain control of the narrative when everybody wants to fill airtime and column inches in particularly what became a sensationalised story? A separate investigation by the Independent Office for Police Conduct is also underway into a police visit to Miss Bulley's home weeks before her disappearance. Okay, so what are my thoughts on this recent development concerning the case of Nicola Bulley and in particular the Lancashire police? Well, I have to say, I don't think this is going to go down well at all. I really don't. Bearing in mind the amount of discussion which is taking place concerning this case, the natural speculation, the curiosity, people don't really trust what has happened in this case from day one until this body of Nicola Bulley's was discovered. There are so many questions still being asked daily on what happened to this missing mother of two. We don't have a cause of death. There's an inquest which will be held in June, and they're currently in the process of seeking the availability of a Home Office pathologist. So at this point in time, we do not have any answers. There's nothing categorically to suggest that the police were correct, that the police were right in that she fell in and it was an accident and she fell in by the bench area. Yet we get this very bold statement here, don't we? Which is the following. At the end of the day, the police were right all the way along. It was the narrative that was lost, not the actual police investigation. To be perfectly honest, it's almost as if this is the same attitude that has reverberated around the entirety of this police investigation. A lot of bluff and bluster and confident statements without any actual factual proof. I mean, that pretty much sums up the entirety of this investigation from day one. To use words, as I say, or phrases such as, at the end of the day, the police were right all the way along. I mean, you can't actually say that until the inquest, until everything has gone through the correct channels. How can you possibly make such a bold and confident statement? It's absolutely ludicrous. People are going to be concerned about this because most people just want to see that this inquest is treated fairly, that the investigation is treated fairly. But it's going to raise questions when you're making such bold statements without any factual proof. It almost reminds me of the press conferences in a lot of ways. We don't believe that Nicola Bulley ever left the Riverside area. We've got CCTV here, we've got CCTV there. We've looked for dashcam footage from the wrong road the entirety of this investigation and for an irrelevant time period. And because of that, we believe that Nicola never left the Riverside area. Now, if you're wondering exactly what I'm talking about here, please do go back and check my video that I released yesterday, which is titled Why Nicola Bulley Was Not Seen, because that will explain some of the failings during this police investigation. And again, another very bold statement just below that. It was the narrative that was lost, not the actual police investigation. Well, I actually beg to differ there, Mr. Andrew Snowden. I beg to differ because I have created previous content on this case, even when Nicola Bulley was still a missing person, which highlighted a number of flaws concerning seeking dashcam footage from the incorrect road, the entirety of the investigation. And then it came to light yesterday, when I went back through the press conferences, that you were looking for the dashcam footage at a time when you believed Nicola Bulley was actually in the upper field. So, to correct you, I do believe they will find failings here. I mean, thank God it's not Andrew Snowden who is actually conducting the review himself. I think it'll be quite interesting to see this report as and when it's conducted and eventually released. Will it be just some kind of blanket statement of, investigating crimes needs further improvement, or will they actually go into some detail about what exactly has taken place here and the specific areas for improvement? I'm really curious to see if they do pick up on this dashcam issue. Because if that just goes completely unmentioned, I think that's going to raise its own questions, isn't it? To be perfectly honest. And also how the press conferences were held. The sort of volatility, the defensiveness during those press conferences and the way that it was almost put out there, the public are distracting us, the public are to blame, for all of this media speculation. We know what we're doing. I wonder if they will reevaluate their tactics for the future. It'd be very interesting to find out exactly what that report contains. But anyway, do leave your own thoughts and suggestions in the comment section below, particularly regarding these comments here from Andrew Snowden. I mean, at a time when transparency and open-mindedness seems to be in short supply, particularly where this investigation is concerned, I just find those very bold statements quite concerning. I think a lot of people out there are going to be reading this. They're going to read that interview and immediately jump to the conclusion, well, that's it. You know, they're not even going to look, are they? They're just going to close this case. They already have it in their mind what's taken place here. And they're going to save face by closing the investigation down, and we're never going to find the answers. I think that's going to be a lot of people's concerns. So yesterday saw the release of the actual CCTV footage of Nicola Bulley leaving her house on the day of her disappearance. This was released kindly by Grizzly True Crime. Link to her channel in the video description box below if you wish to check that out. And already we have a lot more questions regarding the CCTV footage. Why is there no frost on the floor? This was a very cold morning. There's no frost on the bins, no frost on the grass, and no frost on the concrete below their feet. How can we explain this? Now, this video is not going to go into the intricacies of the CCTV footage and speculate and talk about what it may or may not show. This is simply to, I guess, try and defuse the situation regarding one of the most commonly discussed topics. I mean, people are never going to be happy 100%, are they? They've seen this footage, they've looked at it in some detail, and already we have further questions which apparently need to be answered. A lot of people are also referring to drone footage. Now, this was taken and put on the Mirror YouTube channel, the Daily Mirror newspaper, their YouTube channel. And I've even seen some channels mention, well, you know, this was just a couple of days after Nicola Bulley's disappearance. There's frost on the floor here. Why is there no frost in the CCTV footage? So I'm going to correct that firstly. This footage was actually taken on February the 6th. Not a couple of days after her disappearance, but well over a week later. So let's just get this straight once and for all. The footage that you see in front of you was taken on February the 6th. It was uploaded on February the 7th. And you can see here the change in the weather conditions. On January the 27th, yes, it's quite cold. I wouldn't class it as bitterly cold, to be perfectly honest. But on February the 6th, it's certainly a lot cooler, a lot colder. Hence the reason you have the formation of that frost in those drone shots. Now, on the face of things, I can understand why people may see this CCTV footage and immediately jump to the conclusion, well, maybe this was taken on a different day. I remember that day being very cold, bitterly cold in fact. There was frost where I lived, there was frost nearby. Why is there no frost on this CCTV footage? But frost is actually a little bit more complicated than one would imagine. It's actually quite interesting that this topic has come up when it has, because I've taken a look at another case which is called the Essex Boys murders, and one of the biggest sticking points in that case is the fact that you had a Range Rover which was parked down an isolated farm track in freezing sub-zero conditions, way colder than what was seen on January the 27th of this year. Yet this vehicle remained in the same location for the best part of around 12 hours, maybe more, and yet when it was discovered the following morning, it had no snow, no frost, and no ice on it. Now, at the end of this video, I will include a piece which appeared in yesterday's Essex Boys video concerning the formation of frost, snow and ice. Now, some people may say, well, you know, maybe you're going into a bit too much detail here. Well, the way I look at it is that if you're going to come up with speculation, if you're going to throw ideas out there and immediately look at this CCTV and question it and say, well, hang on a minute, there's no frost. This was taken on a different day. This must be wrong. Then you probably should take the time to look a little bit deeper into how these conditions actually occur and see if it would be feasible for that frost to be present on the morning of Nicola's disappearance. So as I say, I will include that towards the end of this video. But a few things that stand out to me when looking at the weather conditions is that you had some intermittent cloud cover which could hamper the formation of frost, and also the temperatures don't appear to be incredibly low, as many have reported. Yes, they are cold. They do seem to fluctuate between site and site here. We've got some temperatures which are above freezing and one site which appears to be 0 or -1. But also worthy of consideration, and what will be covered at the end of the video, is the location of where these bins are. They're right next to the neighbour's house. You've also got this paving which isn't particularly conducive to frost formation. So all of these aspects are going to be covered towards the end of the video, as I say, with a scientific piece which I covered in yesterday's video regarding the Essex boys' murders. Now, I can imagine a lot of people at home are asking the question, well, what are your thoughts on the CCTV? Do you believe this is Nicola in the CCTV? What do you believe personally is taking place here? Is there anything untoward happening here? But for me, and you know, in my videos, I'm always completely honest. I don't tend to follow what other people say. I just do my own thing, like a lot of creators say, actually. You know, they do their own thing, they follow their own news, they create their own content based on what goes through their own mind, and that's basically how I create my content. I don't tend to just jump on any idea because it's popular or other people are talking about it, unless it makes sense to me personally. And for me, the speculation regarding who took the children to school and what took place during that morning, for me, the speculation stopped when the police came out and said Nicola drove her 2 children to school that morning. For me, it became incredibly difficult to look past this fact, because we're talking about children who are aged 6 and 9. We're not talking about children who are a lot younger, maybe 2 and 3 or 2 and 4 years old, and maybe they could have got it wrong. I mean, clearly, at some point in time, these children are going to be asked, well, who took you to school that morning? And they're going to say, well, my mum did, or mummy did, or whatever. And that's going to be Nicola. So I find it hard, very, very difficult to get over that particular hurdle. Very, very difficult. One of the biggest issues that I face personally, and this isn't against any YouTube creators or anything like that, this is just people in general, to be perfectly honest. And I've experienced this in the case that I focused on, you know, the Essex boys case that I focused on for many years before branching out into other cases. But one of the biggest issues that I face personally, and probably many people face, is that if you have an idea which doesn't buy into someone else's idea of what took place or their speculation or their theory, then things can become incredibly toxic. It becomes about, you know, you don't know what you're talking about, listen to me, I'm the one who's right here, you're working for someone else, you're buying into someone else's narrative, listen to me, listen to me. You know, that's how it comes across, very, very forceful. And I hope with the content that I've created, you know, over the past few years, that I don't try and convince anybody of anything. I try and look at the facts, I give some of my own opinions on what may or may not be taking place. But I'm not here to drill anything into anybody's mind. I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. And regarding, I guess, going back to the main point of this video here, the CCTV footage, as I say, I find it incredibly difficult to get over that hurdle of the police coming out and saying that Nicola drove her 2 children to school on that morning. Because to me, that kind of throws a massive spanner in the works of any other suggestions. You could say, okay, well, maybe Nicola did drive them to school, but then she came back and something else happened to her during that time period, and then they quickly got together the CCTV footage and something else happened, and then Nicola was you know, you can go on and on, can't you? But to me, to actually make content and to, you know, really get into a potential theory, it has to make sense to me. And I try and start from the beginning with when I look at ideas or certain circumstances of what may or may not have happened, I try and go back right to the beginning and look at how possible it is, how plausible it is, and what obstacles lay in the face of any potential theories. Now, before we continue on with today's video regarding the CCTV and the lack of frost in that particular location, I just want to say that what I've stated there is by no means in any way, shape or form meant to be some kind of slight or negativity towards any other creator on YouTube. That's not what I do. It's not who I am. It's not what I'm known for. It's literally my own thought process and how I create my own content. Things have to make sense to me personally for me to, you know, buy into certain theories. That's basically all I'm saying there. Back to the topic of frost though, as we conclude today's video. I don't believe people are aware of how cold it was on January the 27th. I think people are looking back here, they're seeing the drone footage, they're looking at this footage on YouTube and thinking, God, yeah, it was freezing cold. I mean, this footage was taken just a couple of days after her disappearance, or even on the same day. I've even had some people say this drone footage was from the same day she disappeared, which is completely and utterly untrue. This footage appeared well over a week later. February the 6th was a hell of a lot colder than January the 26th and January the 27th. So I don't think it was as cold as people remember it back on January the 27th. Also remember that during the night of January the 26th into the morning of January the 27th, there was actually intermittent cloud cover, which does stop or hamper the formation of frost, which we're going to find out about just in a little moment here. Also, the location of those bins, close to the neighbour's property. They may also have items inside them, which you'll explain could also play a factor. I know this all sounds very scientific, but we're going to get into this in a bit more detail just in a little bit here. But a lot of people are saying, well, why is there no frost on the bins? There's no frost on the paving here. There's no frost anywhere. What the hell is going on? So hopefully the next video should explain why there is no frost on the morning of January the 27th. And also finally, just bear in mind the temperatures again here. On one website, it actually mentions it not going below freezing, which is important. One website mentions 0 to -1. But again here, on the drone shots that have been shown so widely during this investigation of these fields and the frost formation, this took place well over a week later. These drone shots were on the Daily Mirror YouTube site, and they were actually recorded back on February the 6th. So what I'm about to play for you now is a little bit more scientific concerning a case that I looked into or have been looking into for the past few years, which is titled The Essex Boys Murders. And one of the, as I say, biggest sticking points in this case is the fact that this Range Rover that you're going to see in front of you, by all accounts, arrived at this lane at around 6:30, maybe slightly later in the evening of December the 6th, 1995, and was not discovered until 8 AM the following day. Now, a lot of people say, well, surely this Range Rover turned up here after midnight. Surely that Range Rover wasn't there for very long. It has no frost, it has no snow, it has no ice on it. So this video is going to give you an explanation as to why there is a lack of frost, snow and ice on this particular vehicle, and also how all of these certain situations actually occur. So let's take a look at frost. Basically, frost has the potential to form on blades of grass, glass and metal surfaces, as they do not hold their heat very well. They are the first to cool quickly below the dew point, which creates condensation and subsequently into frost if the air temperature is cool enough. The process to create frost requires that the object's radiating heat energy is transmitted outwards and into space. This is why this effect happens mainly, almost exclusively, on nights where the sky is clear, as there is nothing to trap or reflect the heat radiation back to the object. Now this theory is evident if you leave two similar vehicles outside in the open where the ambient temperature is -5°C, but one of the vehicles is left under a tree or under a carport. The outside temperature is the same, but the level of radiated heat away from the object is different. If you've ever seen a large tree in a park when it's frosty, you'll notice that from around the drip line of the tree to its centre, there will be no frost. This is because both the tree and the ground are exchanging heat radiation with themselves and stopping the condensed water vapour from freezing. To try and explain this situation regarding the Range Rover, I will bring in a few more variables into the equation that might offer a valid reason to substantiate the theory. Now, as described previous, there was a light frost that evening. Where the Range Rover was found, it was cushioned either side by a lot of vegetation and a large tree that would have the effect of suppressing the frost in the way I described earlier. There is every chance a light frost may have formed at some point, but equally it could have changed very quickly. It is clear that the Range Rover was facing due east and across a large area of unbroken line of sight to the rising sun. We know the temperature got up pretty quickly in the morning from the melting snow, but any frost that was directly exposed to the sun's radiation would clear almost immediately. Although you would expect there to be some mist on the outside of the windscreen before it cleared completely. We only have the word of Theobald and Jiggins, and they were looking into the side windows, and I'm sure they were preoccupied with what they saw to describe in exact detail how the front screen looked. From what they said, they retreated to the road and called the police. The sun rose at 7:51 on the morning of the 7th of December 1995, and we know that they arrived at around 8 AM. It would be interesting to get the exact time that they made the call to understand what time they actually got there. The sun would quickly hit the Range Rover, and it must have already been light when they got to it. In summary then, the first 2 points I believe are fairly easily explained, although some would probably disagree. The third point, however, regarding the frost is a lot more difficult to work out, but does tie into the other points. We can verify that there was the possibility of frost, but equally there is enough circumstantial evidence to suggest that other factors are at play here. Point number 1. The dead bodies expelling heat enough to mitigate the frost in combination with the other factors. Number 2, the surrounding vegetation and microclimate of that particular area reflecting and containing radiated heat between itself and the Range Rover. Number 3, the sun rising in direct line of sight to the Range Rover at 7:51 AM. And number 4, a very light frost maybe not affecting that part of the lane. To understand this fully, you need to detach the snow on the ground and the ice puddles from your thinking, as although they may give the impression of relevance, they are not directly related to the frost. They are, however, indicative to the ambient temperature of the area and the speed at which the area started to fall. Okay, so just to summarise this video in particular, I feel like I've gone on some kind of science experiment just to kind of verify this CCTV here. It seems a little bit ridiculous, but it is what it is, as they say. But anyway, as reported in that clip that you've just watched there, almost exclusively, you need a clear night sky in order for frost to form. And we know that on the late evening of January the 26th into the morning of January the 27th, there was intermittent cloud cover. So that on its own could mitigate the formation of the frost. Also bear in mind the variation in the temperatures reported across various websites. Some websites report the temperature not even getting to 0 or below, whereas one website reports temperatures of 0 to -1, then rising up to 6 degrees. So with all of that in mind, and also a point that I failed to mention, the location of the bins there, the fact that they are close to that neighbour's property, they may have items inside which are exchanging heat radiation, we just don't know. We don't know if those bins were empty. There are plenty of factors here which could tell us that actually there shouldn't be any frost during the morning of January the 27th. I don't believe that there's enough here, evidentially speaking, to suggest, hang on a minute, we're looking at a video that's been recorded on a different date. To me, with everything that we've discussed in this video, along with the drone footage, which has been widely reported to be somehow linked to this morning of January the 27th, when clearly it isn't, it doesn't have anything to do with the day in which Nicola Bulley disappeared. I think hopefully this should clear up the situation regarding the lack of frost seen on the CCTV footage. Just when you thought the case of Nicola Bulley couldn't possibly get even more bizarre, it actually does. Does anybody remember Blackpool Lane? This was the road in which Nicola Bulley would always start and end her walks. She would walk along Blackpool Lane, up the towpath into the fields, and then back the same way that she entered, back out onto Blackpool Lane. Yet the police constantly and consistently sought dashcam footage from the completely incorrect road. They were seeking dashcam footage from Garstang Road and sometimes Garstang Lane, which doesn't even exist, yet they really needed dashcam footage on Blackpool Lane. Well, in the last 48 hours or so, Google Maps have changed the road name. Now, you can't make this up. You couldn't possibly make this up. It's now changed from Blackpool Lane to Garstang Road. What is also quite interesting is the fact that all historical data concerning this road also appears to have been altered. So it's not just at the current time that it's showing Garstang Road, but when you take a look back through the years, 2013, 2007, 2001, 2000, even back to 1980, it is now listed as Garstang Road. All traces of Blackpool Lane have seemingly been deleted. Luckily, I found a different website, OS Maps, which actually still lists it as Blackpool Lane. I mean, many people would take a look back at my previous videos and think to themselves, what is this lunatic talking about? There's no such thing as Blackpool Lane, it's Garstang Road. I mean, look at the map here, look on Google Maps, Garstang Road. What the hell is this bloke talking about? I can prove to you that this only changed in the last 48 hours. I mean, many people will say, why is it even important? Surely this is just irrelevant. Let me explain to you why this is so critical. And I've made this point during the time that Nicola Bulley was actually a missing person. On countless, numerous occasions, during press conferences and press appeals, the police were seeking dashcam footage from the wrong road, the entirety of the investigation.
We also appeal for any remaining dashcam footage that may not yet have been submitted to the police in this inquiry, particularly if people have that relating to the Garstang Lane area of St Michael's. Particularly if people have that relating to the Garstang Lane area of St Michael's. Relating to the Garstang Lane area of St Michael's. As I said Friday, this only leaves the path along Garstang Lane onto the A586, which is not covered by CCTV, but the more of those 700 or so vehicle drivers that we can identify and who can confirm that they have neither dashcam footage or saw anything on that morning will help us to close that very small gap. As I said Friday, this only leaves the path along Garstang Lane onto the A586. Leaves the path along Garstang Lane onto the A586.
Unfortunately, the main entrance and exit to the fields is via the river path, as we refer to it. And that river path goes back to Garstang Road. And that river path goes back to Garstang Road. Path goes back to Garstang Road.
You can even see there through multiple press conferences, it was always referred to as Garstang Road or Garstang Lane. And I mean, my biggest issue was the fact that they didn't actually get any dashcam footage which saw Nicola Bulley on her walk. Now, this road is incredibly busy between 9 and 10 in the morning, yet there was no sign of Nicola. No sign whatsoever. But it makes sense, actually, when you take a look at where they were seeking that dashcam footage from. Not Blackpool Lane, but Garstang Road and Garstang Lane. Garstang Lane, as I said earlier, doesn't even exist. Yet now, conveniently, Google Maps have actually changed the road name, which now coincides with the police press conferences and press appeals. So no longer is Blackpool Lane, it seems to have completely and utterly vanished. Completely and utterly vanished even from the historical timeline on Google Maps. And it's now known as Garstang Road, which, as I say, conveniently ties in with what was sought by the police during those press conferences. Now, I have absolutely no idea what the hell is going on here. All that I can say categorically is that that road name on Google Maps has changed from Blackpool Lane to Garstang Road in the last 48 hours. Now, why is that? I mean, a lot of people, particularly those local to the area, have passed some comments and said, well, you know, the locals kind of know that area as Garstang Road. It's kind of all known as Garstang Road, really. I mean, yes, it does say Blackpool Lane there, but all of the locals in the area know it as Garstang Road. But my issue with that, particularly back during the time when Nicola Bulley was actually still a missing person, was that if you had someone who wasn't local to the area passing down Blackpool Lane, maybe using their sat-nav or Google Maps during that time period, they're going to believe that they're on Blackpool Lane. Yet not once during these press conferences was Blackpool Lane ever mentioned. It was not like they said, we're looking for dashcam footage on Garstang Road. It may also be known as Blackpool Lane, but it's the area by the footbridge. That's the area where we need dashcam footage. It was always Garstang Road and Garstang Lane. Blackpool Lane wasn't even mentioned until 3 weeks after this lady went missing. I mean, many people will probably watch this video and say, well, hang on a minute, does Blackpool Lane even exist? Is it even a real road? Just take a look at the following here.
So Nicola came, parked up her car here. She dropped off her kids at school. She would have taken her dog Willow out of the car park, as she normally did, and walked her along this path next to the car park of the tennis club and the school, and along the school.
Spin round if you want to have a look rather than, yeah, there we go.
And this is a very normal route for Nicola. Almost every single morning, this is exactly what she would have done. Her kids coming to the school to our left as well. And this is a busy road. In Skip down there is where the family home is. So she would have come down this road and then onto the road up there, a very busy main road.
This is Blackpool Road?
Yeah, Blackpool Lane it is, yeah. And the police have stressed about Blackpool Lane because there are hundreds of cars.
700 vehicles?
Yeah, that would have passed through that morning. And so they are clear, they want to try and speak to every single one of those drivers to get as much to the road up there, a very busy main road.
This is Blackpool Road?
Yeah, Blackpool Lane it is, yeah. And the police have stressed about Blackpool Lane because there are hundreds of cars.
700 vehicles?
Yeah, that would have passed through.
Good afternoon everyone that's just joining. James Holt here from the Manchester Evening News. Just here in St Michael's on Wyre this afternoon, where there's a significant police presence and multiple roads closed in the area, close by to where missing mum Nicola Bulley was last seen. So I'm just going to turn the camera around. So I'm here on Blackpool Lane, and that's the junction there with Rawcliffe Road. So as you can see, there's a couple of police vehicles.
So you can see at the top of the screen, they're turning to Rawcliffe Road. So he must have been standing where it says A586 around there. Well, obviously we're on the road, but now, as you've seen, the whole road says Garstang Road.
One point I do wish to make is that not only were the police seeking dashcam footage from Garstang Lane and Garstang Road during the entirety of this investigation, during the time in which Nicola Bulley was actually missing, they were actually seeking dashcam footage from a totally irrelevant time period. Now that cannot be ignored, that cannot be erased, that cannot be taken away from the factual evidence regarding this case. They were constantly seeking dashcam footage for between 9:10 and 9:15, a time in which they believed Nicola Bulley was actually in the upper field, nowhere near Blackpool Lane, nowhere near Garstang Road, Garstang Lane, or any road whatsoever. They were seeking dashcam footage not only from an incorrect location, but also a completely and utterly irrelevant time period. Just listen to the following here.
And we've now identified around 700 vehicles that drove through the village on that morning, on the 27th of January at around 9:10, 9:15. And we're in the process of speaking to all of those drivers to try and find out if they have any dashcam footage, what they saw on that day, or anything else that may be of value to the police inquiry.
I have to be honest, I have absolutely no idea what is taking place here. All that I know in terms of facts is that that road was known as Blackpool Lane until around 48 hours ago. For whatever reason, that has changed. Also, the historical data, as I mentioned earlier, has all been removed. If you go back a year, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years on Google Earth, Blackpool Lane no longer exists. All I know in terms of facts is that every single press conference, every single press release, the police constantly sought dashcam footage from Garstang Road. Yet when Nicola Bulley was actually missing, that road was known as Blackpool Lane. For some reason, it is now known as Garstang Road, the very same road that the police appealed for dashcam footage from during the investigation. Make of that what you will. Please leave your own thoughts and theories down in the comments section below. As always, I really appreciate you checking out today's video. If you enjoyed it or found it helpful, please do give it a thumbs up down below and subscribe to the channel. And I look forward to seeing you all again for the next one. Take care. Cheers.